The Legend of Ranma Story. The Legend of Ranma Story link. https://www.fanfiction.net/s/1333488/1/category Ranma plus Legend of Zelda crossover genre adventure/fantasy author Hungmian link https://www.fanfiction.net/u/7890/last updated June 23, 2003 words 72,621 rating T status in progress content Chapter 1 to 11 of 11 chapters Source fanfiction.net Summary -r1/2 !LOZ !small fusion !offer The catfist training goes wrong. Just before Ranma was about to throw Ranma to the cats again, Ranma got transported to another world where he grew up. Now Ranma is back home again. Chapter 1 Prologue Child of Destiny The Legend of Ranma I decided to write this on a whim, and I was in a really silly mood at the time. However, as I continued thinking about it, I wondered if it was not such a bad idea after all. After all, I'd read fan fictions in which Ranma had been put into bizarre and weird situations. After reading a story that I found in the Dragonverse archive, and after I finished playing The Legend of Zelda on my Nintendo, I wondered about putting Ranma in the world of Hyrule. Call me weird, but I just have to write this. The Dragonverse, Albert Liu, Sky Saber and countless others, inspired this story who had put our favorite martial artist into one world, then had him return to his with some interesting after effects. As always, none of the characters in this story belong to me. They belong to their respective creators and copyrights. Ranma is the creation of Rumiko Takahashi, while the characters of The Legend of Zelda, the Ocarina of Time is trademarked by Nintendo. Prologue Child of Destiny Ranma Sodom was not happy. He had just passed his 10th year and his father had subjected him to a series of horrendous training sessions, if one could call it a form of training. To Ranma, it was just another one of his father's abuses. For days now, his father Ranma had been throwing him repeatedly into a pit of starving cats with fish sausage strapped to his back. The sessions were becoming ever more unbearable as the hungry felines clawed and ripped at his body. And every time they did so, Ranma could feel a small part of his sanity slip away. Today was almost beyond his limit to endure. As he was wrapped in fish sausage, he pleaded to his father, "Please, Pop. Don't throw me back in there. This cat fist isn't working. Quit your whining." Ranma shot back in a displeased tone. "I didn't start teaching my son in the art, just to have him start crying like a wimp. A true martial artist must suffer to achieve absolute mastery over the school of the anything-goes martial arts." With these words, he shoved his son into the pit. Ranma's eyes widened with fear and tears began to flow as he plummeted down toward the waiting mob of hungry cats. He then shut his eyes and whispered out a quiet prayer. If this is my fate, end my life now. It was at that point that he was enveloped in a bright flash of light. The sudden flare of light temporarily blinded Janma when he looked down at where he had dropped his son. What? When the fat and balding martial artist regained his eyesight, he looked down into the pit. He could not see his offspring anywhere. The world of Hyrule, Kokiri Forest. Ranma found himself on an open field in what appeared to be a forest. He was lying on his back in front of a huge oak tree that was as large and as wide as a 10-story building. There were many sparks of light that danced and darted in the air around him. Looking down at himself, he saw that the fish sausage had been removed, and all the injuries that he had sustained in the days of catfish training were gone. He also discovered that he was dressed in a green shirt, shorts, and had a pair of soft leather boots. It was then that he looked up and saw something else. The giant oak tree began to shimmer with an eerie white light, and in an instant, a face appeared on the trunk. The bark contorted and a pair of eyes and what appeared to be a mustache. The face looked down at the child and smiled. Then it spoke. "Welcome to the Kokiri Forest, young one. I am Kokiri. I am the guardian of this sacred soil. The people who live among these woods are the Kokiri. They too are under my protection. Who might you be?" Ranma was more than awestruck to have a giant tree talk to him. His first instinct was to run for his life, but somehow, the rich and tender tones of the Deku tree soothed him. After a full minute, he found his voice. "I'm Ranma." "Ranma? Strange name, but it is a pleasure to meet you," the Deku tree replied. "From what lands do you hail from?" Ranma tried to respond, but for some reason, all of his memories became hazy and unclear. He tried to summon up the name of where he had come from, but all he got was more fuzziness. He looked up at the tree again and said, "I don't remember." "I see. It seems that your past is being denied to you. Then you had no family? Are you an orphan?" Whoa! What's that?" Ranma quickly stood up into a fighting stance as one of the lights darted toward him, then began circling him like a moth to a flame. To the casual observer, it appeared to be a small ball of light. Upon closer inspection, however, Ranma could see a pair of wings protruding from its surface. The wings resembled those of a dragonfly. "Hello!" the light said in a high and musical voice. The Deku tree grinned as he said, "Well, it seems that Navi has taken a liking to you." "Navi?" "Yes, Ranma. Navi is one of the many fairies that inhabit the kingdom of Hyrule." "A fairy? I thought those were only make-believe. And what is Hyrule?" "It's not a what, it's a where. Hyrule is the name of our world and the Kokiri Forest is one of the many lands that surround it." "Is that where I am?" Ranma asked. "Yes, child. And you may now consider this forest your home. It seems that Navi wishes to bond with you." "Huh?" Before Ranma could react, the fairy Navi flew in a wide circle around the boys. As it darted about, it began releasing what appeared to be a shiny powder. After sprinkling it around the ground where Ranma stood, the fairy hovered and waited. The ground began to glow with an eerie light. Ranma tensed up in fear and then looked up at the Dika tree. Do not worry, Ranma. This is how a fairy asks a person if he or she would accept it as a partner. Partner? Yes. Fairies have a need for a purpose. Aiding those with whom they have formed a lifelong bond with fulfills that need. Every Kokiri here has his or her own guardian fairy. They are quite happy with this arrangement and have found many advantages to having a fairy for a life friend. At the mention of the word friend, Ranma's expression brightened. He didn't know why, but he had an overwhelming feeling of loneliness whenever he tried to recall his past. Having someone who would be his friend for a life was just too good to pass up. Yes, I will accept Navi as my guardian fairy. Yay! Navi cried out as she completed the bonding process. There was another flash of light and the pact was sealed. Ranma felt a slight tingle wash over his body as he held out a hand. The fairy floated above his hand and the two looked at each other in fascination. The Dika tree smiled as he then sent another message to another fairy that was floating nearby. Inda, go tell the others that there is a new Kokiri. Make certain he is made comfortable and is welcomed as he settles in. And tell Saria that I wish to see her. A little while later, Saria came into the clearing where the Dika tree stood. Like Ranma, she too was dressed in leather boots and forest green-colored clothes. However, she had blonde ears like an elf and green hair. You wish to speak with me, great Dika tree? Yes, Saria. Have you met our newest member? Saria nodded. He seems nice enough. He's a little shy but I think he'll fit in. The others seem to like him, all except Mido, but he's always like that. I have a few questions though. I thought you might. The Dika tree responded. He's not one of us, is he? His aura, it's different somehow. I can't deny that Navi has bonded with him, but I thought fairies only bonded with strangers when they happen to be children of destiny. Of all of the Kokiri, you are the most perceptive, Saria. You are correct. He is not of the Kokiri. In fact, he is not even from this world. What? Saria, what I am about to tell you will remain between the two of us. You will not inform the others and especially Ranma. Do you understand? Saria nodded after a moment. Ranma hails from another world and was transported here during a great imbalance of the mystical forces of reality. His memories of his previous life had been all but wiped out and his form had changed. I was about to reverse the process and send him home, but I then discovered that he was a child of destiny. He will be playing a key role in the safety of our world in the near future. He possesses great power within him, and it would be in the best interests of Hyrule that he use that power to safeguard our home. I see. And exactly what world did he come from? A place the inhabitants simply call Earth. A year later, Ranma was happy. He had been living in the Kokiri forest for over 12 months and had made friends with all the Kokiri. Well, all except Mido, who still considered him an outsider. As he went on, his physical skills were still a source of awe for the others. The years of martial arts training with Ranma had been permanently ingrained, and Ranma's unarmed combat techniques had left many of the forest people stunned. Many of them had begun trying to mimic his moves. Ranma and Navi got along very well. Navi was always by his side and kept him from getting into any trouble. The pigtailed boy was glad to have the fairy as a companion and readily took her advice on how to act toward others. Navi was also great to have during his times of depression, whenever Mido called him names or when he was frustrated at not being able to remember his past. The small magic spells that Navi taught him were easily mastered. Much to Navi's surprise, it was apparent that Ranma had indeed the potential of becoming a very powerful individual. Navi would applaud every time he would learn a new move or spell in mere minutes. Ranma would always smile back and flick the pigtail over his shoulder and behind his blonde ear. Since he believed that he had been born on this world, he didn't think that the shape of his ears was unusual, or that the fact his skin was paler. A few days later, Ranma had been summoned to an audience with the Kokiri. He had gone through a lot of trouble getting past Mido at the entrance to the clearing. Although his martial arts had improved and Ranma was confident that he could handle anything, Mido still insisted that he equip himself with a sword and shield. After searching the forest, Ranma had come across a Dika shield and a Kokiri sword, which was more like a small knife. After fighting his way past a few monster plants, he finally arrived at the clearing where the Dika tree stood. The tree looked very pale and several of its branches were sagging. He did not appear as the healthy and vibrant tree that Ranma met a year ago. Ranma, it is good that you have come. I believe that you have been experiencing many dark nightmares these past few moons, the Kokiri said in a sad and wavering voice. Ranma nodded. For several nights, he had been having nightmares about a man in black armor ready to kill him, and the images of a cute girl with blonde hair. These dreams are a sign that a great evil force will soon blanket the lands of Hyrule. I have been cursed. I need your courage to break this curse. Will you help me? Ranma nodded as he drew his sword. Navi floated beside him and waved. Then enter, brave Ranma and you to Navi. After these words, the Kokiri opened up a door that was below his face in the trunk. Ranma and his fairy entered. As they went inside, the Kokiri thought, and so, destiny plays its first hand. 2 hours later. It's not fair. Ranma thought as he ran across the field that was between the Kokiri forest and Hyrule Castle. After going through all those tunnels, killing those monsters, I think those Skulltulas were the worst, and destroying Queen Goma, why did the Kokiri still have to die? I'm sorry, Ranma, Navi replied. But at least he gave you the forest emerald. And it's a good thing that Saria gave you that ocarina. Who knows? It might come in handy someday. Ranma looked at the fairy flying beside him and gave her a sad smile. After bonding with her, Ranma had discovered that she could hear his thoughts. Although he was a bit unnerved, He trusted Navi would never betray his innermost thoughts to anyone. The Kokiri died when he told me to take this spiritual stone to Hyrule Castle. After all that he's done for me, I won't let him down. I swear it. The next day, it had taken Ranma more than a day to finally get inside the castle and meet up with Princess Zelda. Unfortunately, the palace guards kept on tossing him out and his way to get inside the main walls had been blocked by some lazy ranch owner. However, Ranma's persistence paid off. With the help of a few stealth techniques and a chicken, Ranma was finally able to meet the princess. He was little more than shocked to see that the princess was the same girl in his dream. However, he calmed himself down and introduced himself. After showing her the forest emerald, Zelda became excited and began explaining a prophecy that she had seen in her dreams. So you're saying that this Ganondorf is after this thing, the Triforce? Ranma asked after Zelda had finished her tale. Yes. I'm sure that he is intending to conquer the world with it, Zelda replied. I have had some spies follow him and they have told me that he has already cast a death curse on the great Kokiri of the Kokiri. He's the one. Ranma became very angry at this new information. Thoughts of revenge began to circulate in his head. He then looked at the princess with determination. How can I help? In Goron City, Ranma became a little miffed at the huge Goron in front of him. The Goron looked like all the others, a large lumpy mass with thick skins and scales. However, this Goron had on his chin that looked like a beard, but instead of hair, it was also made of skin and scales. I told you. This is a Goron matter, the Goron said. Ranma frowned. It had been a long and exasperating journey. The trouble he went through to climb Death Mountain had been harsh. During his journey here, he had stopped by Kakariko village, the birthplace of Zelda's guardian, Impa, and had picked up a Hylian shield and a new magic song for his ocarina. He had also had to fight off Tektites and dodge falling rocks while going up the Death Mountain Trail. Now this Goron was telling him to get lost after he asked for the Goron's ruby, the second of the spiritual stones. Ranma couched and prepared to deliver a retort in the form of a flying kick, when Navi stopped him. Hold on, Ranma, Navi pled. This Goron has every right to be so mad. His people are starving. Calm down. Ranma relaxed a bit and asked, so what do we do? He looks a bit down. Maybe a song will cheer him up. Ranma looked at his fairy, then shrugged as he took out his ocarina and decided to play one of the more lively tunes that his friend Saria had taught him. To his surprise, the Goron heard the first few notes and began to dance like crazy. His expression turned from depression to joy as he hopped about with abandon. After Ranma had finished the song, the Goron looked at him and smiled. What a nice tune. You really helped lift my spirits. I'm Darunia, King of the Gorons. What can I do for you? Inside the Dodongo's cavern, Ranma tossed the final bomb into the monstrous, fire-breathing fiend's mouth. As the bomb exploded and caused King Dodongo to fall, the pigtailed boy delivered the final blow with his sword. As the beast rolled over and died, Ranma wiped his brow and stood near the warp gate that appeared near the corpse of the once mighty destroyer of Gorons. I hope Darunia appreciates this. That was a lot of work. Prove yourself a real man and destroy those monsters in the cave, he says. Sheesh. HMMM. I wonder why those words of being a real man sound so familiar. Oh well, time to collect that spiritual stone. Inside Jubbu Jubbu's belly. Oh, this is peachy. Ranma thought has found himself in the mouth of the giant fish god of the Zors. Do we have to do this? Ranma asked Navi. I'm afraid so, Ranma. If we want to find Princess Rudo and that third spiritual stone, then we have to go straight to the heart of the matter. Or in this case, the stomach. Follow me. Oh joy! Ranma said sarcastically as he began going down the gullet of the giant fish. Now this is going to be one heck of a fish story. At the Long Long Ranch, what did Rudo mean when she said that the stone was her most prized possession, Navi? Maybe I better tell you later. Anyway, the Long Long Ranch is a good place to get a horse and get some of their energy restoring milk. After you've gotten some, we should head back to Hyrule Castle. You've got all 3 spiritual stones. At the Temple of Time. Well, here we are, Navi. Ranma said as he stood in front of the altar. I can't believe that we went through all that trouble to get those stones. Then Zelda doesn't wait up for us. She has her reasons, Ranma. Anyway, you got the Ocarina of Time. We should do what she asked of us. Ranma nodded as he found that he couldn't refuse the wishes of a cute girl. Taking out the magical, flute-like instrument, he began playing his newly learned Song of Time. 7 years later, Ranma was more than a little shocked as to what happened to him. After removing the Master Sword from its resting place, he had found himself aged from a young boy of 11 to a handsome and finely muscled adolescent of 18. 7 years had passed and now, he was being told by a sage of his destiny, as the hero of time. Suffice to say, Ranma was a little more than overwhelmed. However, Ranma swallowed his nervousness and told the old man that he was up to the challenge. Outside the forest temple. What? I'm not from this world? Ranma asked incredulously. That's right, replied the Decatry Sprout. You're from the world known as Earth and your real name is Ranma Sodom. It is time that you know the whole truth. Ranma stared in amazement as he listened in on the words of the new replacement for the Decatry. It had been a long and hard battle with the minions of Ganondorf. The phantom of that evil man had proven to be a hard opponent, but Ranma was able to defeat it. That was just a prelude for the real battle. I'll make him pay for what he's done to the Decatry and the people of Hyrule. Beside him, Navi bobbed up and down in agreement. The Fire Temple, wow! This thing is heavy. Ranma said as he hauled out the legendary Megadon Hammer of the Gorons. Well, You didn't really expect anything that was capable of killing Vogalgia to be lightweight, did you? Navi asked. I guess not. Ranma admitted. So where to now? The fire pit of Vogalgia dhom. As Ranma delivered the final blow to the lava dragon's head, Vogalgia screamed and shot up into the air. Its body twisted and writhed as it began its death throes. The monster then caught fire and was burned into a charred skeleton. Its head landed to where Ranma stood and then became ashes. Ranma wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite the protection that the Goron's tunic provided him, the blistering heat of Vogalgia's den felt like being inside a blast furnace. He gave out a relieved sigh and stepped into the warp portal. The ice cavern, I'm supposed to wear these. Ranma held up a pair of leather boots which had iron soles attached. Navi bobbed up and down and said, if you want to get into the water temple at Lake Hylia, then these will be needed. The water temple, Ranma. Look out. Ranma was more than shocked to see a dark image of himself suddenly leap out from behind a tree and attack him. Reacting on instinct, he took out the Master Sword and swung. Unfortunately, the shadow parried the blow. As the teen soon found out, the image of himself duplicated each of his own moves. Ranma then decided to try something else. Din's fire. Striking the ground with his palm, the young man released a huge hemisphere of mystic flames. The shadow moaned in pain as the energy blasted through it. The pool of Morpha, I don't see anything here. Ranma remarked. By the way, Navi, I've been meaning to ask you something. What is it, Ranma? Navi replied. Why didn't you tell me that accepting the spiritual stone of water meant that I would get engaged to Rudo? Well, Navi hemmed and thought as she tried to think up the best way to tell him. She noticed something move behind them. Ranma. Look out. It's Morpha. Ranma's eyes widened as he beheld the huge amoeba-like blob suddenly appear from the surface of the water. Lake Hylia, cool. This fire arrow spell is awesome. The bottom of the well in the Kakariko village, it looks like a magnifying glass. Ranma said as he took out the lens of truth. In any case, we should get back to the Temple of Time. Navi said. Ranma nodded as he took out the Ocarina of Time and played the Prelude of Light. Being restored to his child form was nice, but he also liked being an adult. The Shadow Temple, are you sure these things will work? Navi became brighter as she responded, yes. These are the hover boots. They will make you absolutely weightless, but only if you happen to be walking on a surface of some kind. They'll even allow you to walk in midair for a dozen steps or so. Mind you, their levitation power is limited. Very little traction too. The drum of Bongo Bongo, I think I liked it better when I didn't see what I was fighting. Ranma gazed at the monster, as the lens of truth dispelled the illusion it was using to hide itself from his eyes. Shoot its eyes. Navi directed as she pointed to the creature's cyclopean head. The Gerudo Fortress, the female thief remarked. That was very impressive. You must have some very good thieving skills to be able to evade all those guards. How would you like to join us?" Ranma slightly winced as he remembered the training he underwent with Janma, his father. The spirit temple. This was the second time Ranma had come to this place. Once as a child to receive the fabled silver gauntlets, now again for the mirror shield. He took a deep breath as he aimed by his tool, the long shot, at the opening created by the reflected sunlight. The pillars of twine ruled the two witches, or rather their spirits argued amongst themselves as they floated upward to meet their maker. They couldn't believe that Ranma had turned their own power against them. As they bickered into nothingness, Ranma stepped into the warp portal. The ruins of Ganon's castle. Ganondorf had transformed himself into a monstrous demon from hell, and Ranma found himself cut off from any assistance from Princess Zelda and the Master Sword. He relentlessly pursued the pigtailed fighter, and slashed away at him with gigantic swords. Fortunately for Ranma, his martial arts gave him enough speed to dodge the attacks. Finding out that his punches and kicks would not be able to penetrate the monster's thick hide, he decided that now would be a good time to use the bigger sword that he had gotten a few days ago. However, since Ganon had a longer reach than he did, Ranma needed to slow him down long enough for him to get in a few strikes. Quickly taking out the fairy bow that he had picked up in his travels, he began charging up his arrows with the magical energies of the light arrow spell. This weapon had stopped him before, it must do so again. Taking careful aim, Ranma let fly with a mystically powered arrow. The shot was perfect and the monster was temporarily frozen. Ranma then used his enhanced senses to pinpoint Ganon's weakness. It was in his tail. With a fierce yell he leapt up and came down on the tail with his bigger sword. The sword's long blade came crashing down with tremendous impact, causing Ganon to howl in agony. It's payback time. A while later, Ranma and Zelda stood in the sacred realm. Ranma had defeated Ganondorf and was now being offered to be returned home. "You can send me back?" Ranma asked. "Yes, as a sage, I can use the Ocarina of Time to transport you back to your world," Zelda said as he held the instrument close to her mouth. "Well, I remember everything. Yes, you will retain all memories. Everything that you have learned in this world will also be retained. All the skills and magical knowledge will be yours to keep. You have earned them all. The other sages have also agreed to let you keep the items that you had picked up in your quest to save Hyrule. With the exception of the Ocarina of Time and the Master Sword. I don't know what to say, but thank you." "No, Ranma. It is we who should thank you. You saved our world from destruction and we are eternally grateful. Now, it is time for you to go home, where you are supposed to be, as you are supposed to be." Looking at Zelda one last time, Ranma then turned his attention to Navi. "Well, I guess this is goodbye. I'll miss you, old friend. Who says you're leaving without me? I'm coming with you," Navi said as she floated beside him. "What? I made that promise to be your friend forever. We fairies keep our word. Besides, you need me. We're a team. Ranma smiled as a tear rolled down his cheek as Zelda began playing the song that would magically transport Ranma and his guardian fairy back home. In a column of blue light, Ranma was lifted into the heavens, followed by a dancing strobe of light. To be continued. Chapter 2 Chapter 1 Homecoming The Legend of Ranma Disclaimer Ranma and the crew are the property of Rumiko Takahashi. Nintendo created The Legend of Zelda. Thoughts, telepathic communication between Ranma and Navi. Chapter 1 Homecoming Ranma Sodom appeared in clearing near the foot of some mountains in China. He was dressed in a forest green Chinese shirt, black pants and sandals. Fluttering beside him above his right shoulder was Navi. "I'm home," Ranma said simply. "Yes, this is Earth. A bit rougher around the edges than Hyrule, but it has its good points. Where are we?" Before the Kokiri sprout agreed to let me accompany you, he gave me a complete lowdown about Earth's histories, its customs and any other information you might require to get you acquainted with living here. According to his information, this is China. "Why were we sent here?" Ranma asked. "Well, there seems to be a huge amount of magical energies emanating from this place. When Zelda used the Ocarina of Time to send you back to Earth, it must have used this place like a homing beacon." "Okay. And what about the other stuff I got from Hyrule?" "They're still with us." Zelda had them placed in a small pocket in Limbo. "If you want something, then just focus your power on that item and it will appear." She also added a spell to certain items, which will cause them to replenish themselves gradually when you use them. "Like what?" Ranma inquired. "The bottles which contain your magic replenishing potion, and the long milk. Your giant's wallet will always be filled with rupees. Your bomb bag, your supply of Deku nuts and some other items. I'm afraid that you're going to have to make your own arrows though." "That's okay, Navi. I'm really glad I got you for a life friend. Bonding with you was the smartest thing I ever did." "Well, to tell you the truth, I kind of had some selfish reasons for joining with you. You see, all the other fairies would tease me for not having a Kokiri partner, even though I had made several attempts to bond with the others. They all turned me down since I was very inexperienced. When you showed up, I jumped at the chance to be your friend, never mind that you were the Kokiri. I was just so lonely." "That's okay, Navi." Ranma gave the fairy a smile. "The most important thing is that you're here now. But are you sure you don't mind being here? You might never get back to Hyrule again." "It's no problem, Ranma. This world has more than enough magical energy to sustain me, and that there are other magical beings in which I can associate with. They have fairies here. Yes, but the people of this world don't believe in fairies or other creatures of magic. Except for a select few, people can't detect my presence. Right now, you're the only one who can see and hear me. I'd suggest that you use your thoughts to communicate with me when someone else is around. It would be best if I remained a secret. So where to now? Ranma asked as he looked around. I'd like to see how the world has changed in 8 years. Actually, only 6 years has passed on this world. Zelda wanted to send you back to the exact time you left and in your younger body, but Earth was so far away that the best she could do was to send you back to years end in your current form. You're still 18, but people and things have only undergone 6 years of change. Speaking of changes, take a look at your reflection in that stream over there. Ranma went over and did so. He instantly noticed the changes. His skin was a little darker and most importantly, his ears were rounded instead of blonde. He also noted that his hair was black instead of blonde. He then regarded Navi with a curious eyes. Zelda made all the outward changes so you would appear as you would have, had you aged 8 years on this world. However, the physiological changes that took place on Hyrule had made a permanent impression on your body. What kind of changes? Call out the bigger sword. Ranma did so and the weapon appeared in his hands. Its 3-foot blade glinted in the sunlight. Now how heavy do you think it is? Ranma cocked his head to one side as he tried to gauge its weight. About 10 pounds or so. To you, it may feel like 10 pounds, but to a person of this world, it would be like 300 pounds. Hyrule materials are much denser and heavier than stuff on Earth. When you arrived on our world, your body underwent certain changes in order to adapt. You are much stronger than the normal human. It's a good thing you practice martial arts to help control your strength. It wouldn't do for you to break everything you touch. What else has been changed? Well, with all that training and all the adventures we've had, your reflexes and agility operate at about 40 times faster than what the inhabitants of this world would call normal. Your rate of healing is far superior and you're immune to all terrestrial diseases. You also happen to about 6 inches taller than what you would have normally attained if you had grown up on Earth. Wow! Ranma commented as he made the bigger sword disappear. So where to now? It was then that his stomach let out its usual rumbling sound. I'd say that it's time to eat. Navi said as she began leading Ranma toward a nearby town. In a place that was nowhere, yet everywhere, the self-appointed sailor sweet guardian of time became a bit agitated as she noticed a subtle ripple in the flow of the time stream. Sailor Pluto noted that the slight disturbance had no direct impact on the timeline of the Earth as she saw that Crystal Tokyo would still exist in the distant future. However, something new had been added as she saw for just a brief instant, a symbol of 3 triangles. Monitoring the time stream was a tricky business in itself and whatever caused that sudden image was quickly masked and she could not locate its source for some reason. What was even more intriguing was that the image was somehow familiar. She would have to investigate this anomaly further if it showed up again. A while later. Man! I can't believe how cheap stuff is here. a full meal and some supplies for a week for 1 green rupee. Ranma smiled as the two of them traveled down a dirt path. Ranma was carrying a backpack and was rubbing his filled belly. Looks like the gems of this world are of lesser quality than on Hyrule. Navi responded. What they call an emerald, we would call a green rupee. One of their emeralds wouldn't even buy a seed on Hyrule. I think it would be best if you were to convert a few of your rupees into the currency they use here. Even though your giant wallet will always be full, we don't want to attract too much attention to ourselves. I'll make a note of it. What I want to check out are the local martial artists around here. Can't stop training, you know. Navi brightened her glow and said, since when have you ever stopped training? 3 months later. Yeah. Ranma easily tossed a giant of a man as if he was a rag doll. His opponent hit the ground on his back with a thud and was unconscious. The crowds cheered on the sidelines as wagers were collected. The manager of the village champion was most displeased. He did not think that Ranma could defeat his protege so easily, but Ranma had taken him on with no problem and didn't even work up a sweat. He shivered a bit when Ranma approached him. I suppose you wish to collect on your winnings? Ranma smiled as he replied, none. You can keep it. I only wanted to fight your champion to see if he was as strong as people said he was. I also wanted to see his fighting style. You don't want the money, the man said with amazement. But your take is more than 100,000 yen. I really don't need it. Besides, I'm sure with the other bets you had going on, my wager would just about let you break even, right? See ya. Ranma walked off, leaving the confused manager standing with his mouth open. Ranma and Navi traveled along toward their next destination. Within the last 3 months, the pigtailed martial artist had mastered 15 different fighting styles. What's more, he had also learned every technique each style offered, with amazing quickness. Any move or skill could be learned and improved on within a day, sometimes within hours after Ranma had observed the technique. It was this ability which made him such a good fighter and allowed him to easily adapt to any situation. Added to the weapons and magical skills that he had gained on Hyrule, now made him a powerful individual indeed. I think it was very good of you not to have taken your winnings, Navi commented. Well, it's not like I need the money. My giant's wallet is full and I have more yen than I know what to do with, Ranma replied. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, what was that energy blast that you did a couple of days ago? I didn't detect any magic. That was a ki blast. I remember my father. Ranma's expression darkened at the thought of Janma telling about the battle of a martial artist. I figured out that I must have been using my ki energy to tap into the magical fields of Hyrule. I guess that's why I was able to learn magic so easily. I thought about using the ki energy by itself as an attack. I can still do all the spells that I learned on Hyrule, but I figured that there might be some times that I wouldn't be able to use magic. Ki blasts don't pack nearly as much force, but they don't drain me like magic does and they're easier to use. Makes sense. Navi agreed. People don't believe in magic and I guess using Din's fire would be overdoing it. You got it. I found out that projecting my emotions into my ki allows me to fire it off. The Mokota Kabisha is based on my confidence. You haven't been using the magic spells that you learned on Hyrule that often. You also haven't been relying on those other items either. Well, magic is nice and all, but I kind of feel more comfortable on relying on myself. I started out as a martial artist and I really want to keep training. That doesn't mean that I won't be using magic anymore, but I'll use it only when I need it, that's all. We don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves now, do we? I have no problems with that, Ranma. By the way, it's been 3 months since we came here. Don't you think it's time that we went to see your family? Ranma's expression darkened again as he recalled his father's Ranma. Then it became saddened as he remembered his mother. With a tired sigh he replied to his fairy, "No, Navi. I don't want to see them." "Why not? After not seeing you for 6 years, I would have thought they would be happy to find you." "It's not that I don't want to see my mother. I haven't seen her since I was 5. It's my father that I never want to lay eyes on again. Not after what he did to me." "What did he do to you?" "Although I am mind-linked to you, there are certain parts of your psyche that seem to be deliberately closed off. I guess it's alright to tell you. I mean, who could you tell? You know me, Ranma. I'd never betray your thoughts." Ranma nodded as he began to explain. "When I was 5, Pot took me away from Mom to start my training in the martial arts. Let me tell you, training with Pot was no picnic. He kept me from making any friends as he told me that my training in the art was all that mattered. I never got to make any long-term friendships with anyone, since we moved around a lot. With one exception, I can't really call anyone my friend here on Earth." "Who was this person?" "His name was Yukio Kwanji. He and his father ran an okonomiyaki tatai. When Pot and I stopped by near the place where they had their business, Yukio and me became fast friends. I called him Ook and he called me Ran-chan. We were both 6 years old at the time. We would always play a game where we would fight for a free okonomiyaki. I would always win. Even though it bugged him that he lost every time, it really didn't matter much in those days. He was my best buddy." Then after a few weeks, Pot and I went back on the road. I really didn't like it when Pot told me to forget about him. I still don't know how we ended up with his father's cart. Huh? Don't ask me. I still don't understand it myself. Anyway, since then, we spent the next 4 years hopping from place to place. We never stayed longer than a few days with each stop. It got really lonely. "I know the feeling, Ranma," Navi agreed. "I guess you also had a selfish reason for consenting to bond with me." "That's right. You and the Kokiri were the best friends I ever had. But A lack of friends isn't the only reason why I don't want to see my father. What are the other reasons? Pop was a cheapskate and didn't have much when it came to morals. He made me lie and steal things. I'm not proud to admit it. What? Navi said in surprise. It's true. He kept on telling me that it was all part of the training, but somehow, I doubt it. He'd never allow me to eat anything but rice, saying that it would toughen up my digestion system. We'd always be living outdoors and in very bad weather. Whenever I was ill, he'd say that I'd have to bear it. He'd make me steal from others whenever we needed stuff. Pop would always remind me it was the sake of the art, but after meeting up with the Gerudo, I know that it was all for his sake, not mine. At least the Gerudo are honest thieves. They don't hide behind a false wall of honor, and they'd never steal stuff from people who needed it. They know where to draw the line. Pop didn't care about anything but his fat belly. Most I ever stole went to feeding him. How terrible. Yeah, well, the final straw was just before I came to Hyrule. Pop decided to start training me in some so-called ultimate attack, the cat fist. What's that? Navi asked. The training is simple and stupid. I was wrapped from head to toe with fish sausage and tossed into a pit of starving cats. Say what? According to Pop, the cats are supposed to imbue their savagery and viciousness into the trainee while they tore him apart. I was tossed down repeatedly into that pit. It was the most horrible experience I ever had. Heck, facing Queen Goma, King Dodongo, Barinate and all those other monsters and bad guys didn't scare me like those cats did. I can't believe that your father would actually do such a thing to his only child. It's true, Ranma affirmed. Every time he threw me into that pit, I felt a little more of my mind slip away as those cats tore at my body. Kami-sama only knows what would have happened if I had to endure that torment any longer. Pop always said that a martial artist must suffer for the sake of the art. I think your father is a few rupees short of a wallet. No arguments here. In any case, I'm glad that I was sent to Hyrule. I had things there that I never had before. Friends and a chance to make my own decisions. Now that I'm back home, I'm going to become the best fighter in the world, but on my terms. I want nothing to do with my father. My biggest fear is that I turn out to be like him. No way. I can see that you're not very fond of your father, and I understand, but what about your mother? With my magic, it would be easy for me to find her. Ranma's expression became thoughtful as he considered it. Finally, he answered, "Mumber, it's tempting, but I can't. If Mom ever knew that I was still alive, then she'd tell Pop. I don't want him ever to find me again. He's caused me enough grief. All right, Ranma. I won't force you to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. Just remember that my offer to help you find your mom still stands if you ever change your mind. Thanks, Navi." 1 month later, Ranma and Navi had decided to make preparations to head for Japan. They had shared many adventures in China, and Ranma's exploits had started to become the stuff of legends. By now, Ranma had mastered more than 20 different fighting styles. He tried his best to use his special talents only when absolutely necessary, but whenever he did use them, those who observed him were astounded beyond words. In one village that was suffering from an outbreak of disease, Ranma had used a healing spell and a few portions of Lon milk to fully cure its people. In another village, he had to clear a pathway that was blocked by a huge boulder that had fallen due to an earthquake. One swing with the Megaton hammer had reduced the boulder to gravel. Another village began worshipping him like a god when he destroyed a band of raiders with Din's fire. Some believed he was some kind of wizard when he used the lens of truth to find a missing child. He had also encountered several swordsmen, who quickly retracted their challenges as soon as he hauled out the bigger sword. Many other fighters, who had heard of his incredible strength and skills, had also challenged Ranma. Ranma soundly defeated all of them, many of whom were well-known experts in their fighting styles. As Ranma traveled throughout China, his fame grew. Ranma was very careful not to reveal his family name as he still wanted to stay inconspicuous. One day, on his way to the coast, Ranma came across a small valley that was secluded in the Bayankala Mountains. As he came to the entrance, a portly Chinese man greeted him. "Hello, sir. Welcome to famous training grounds of Cursed Springs, Juzenkyo." "Juzenkyo? What's that?" "Oh, sir. This place is very dangerous. No one use much now. Over 100 springs here and each have on terrible tragedy." "Listen to him," Navi urged as she floated beside him. "There's some really powerful and raw fairy magic here. I'd advise that you avoid this place." Ranma nodded as he asked the guide, "Excuse me, but can you tell me where I can get some supplies? I'm really hungry." Ranma reached into a pocket and took out something. He then dropped it into the guide's hand. The guide's eyes widened as he saw the green rupee in his hand. He then brought it up to the light. It was real. The gem alone was worth more than he made in a year. "Oh yes, sir. I know of a place nearby. Follow me." A half an hour later, the two had exited the mountains and were following a trail. "So where is this place?" Ranma asked. "Oh, sir. We go to Nichiaju, rustic village of Amazon women's." "Amazon?" "Yes, sir. They very strong fighters. Not many people know of them." The two of them soon came to a large village that was surrounded by a huge stone wall. As they entered through the gate, they saw a large crowd that was gathered around what appeared to be a fighting arena. "Oh, very lucky. Today the women's hack tournament," the guide said as he and Ranma took a seat. Ranma looked at the two combatants, both of whom were battling it out on a thick log that was suspended between two pillars. One of the fighters was at least twice as large as her opponent and was using a staff that had a metal knobbed head on it. She was built like a sumo wrestler and was trying her best to knock her adversary off the log. The other fighter was slender and moved with more grace as she wielded two steel maces. She had long purple hair and was far more attractive than her opponent. As she continued to battle, Ranma began to sense that someone else was watching him. Navi also detected the presence of another. Ranma, that old woman over there. I think she can sense my presence. Ranma looked out of the corner of one eye in the direction Navi was pointing. Sure enough, an extremely old woman who was about 2 feet tall and balancing on a wooden staff was staring at them. Her eyes narrowed as she gave the two an appraising gaze. Cologne was more than surprised to see someone who had such a strong ki and a mystic aura about him. She was equally surprised to sense the presence of something else. It seemed to hover near the boy's right shoulder. Although her senses were far greater than the other elders of the village were, she could just barely detect the fairy's presence. She appeared to her eyes as a faint outline. Could that be one of the old ones? If so, could that boy be Image? Very interesting. At this time, the purple-haired girl had finally knocked her opponent off the log and was standing in triumph. It was then that dark clouds began to form overhead. The Amazons looked up and saw the clouds swirl and blanket their village. There was an ominous silence as the winds blew around the area where the crowds were gathered. Ranma began to become uneasy as he started to sense a buildup of dark magical forces. Navi also became nervous as she too detected mystic power at work. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Ranma turned his gaze back up to the cloud. His eyes widened as he saw the mist swirl and begin to take the shape of a face. Cologne's eyes narrowed in annoyance as she recognized the cloudy visage. Hopping to the front of the crowd, she addressed the face in a loud voice. "What do you want, Saffron?" The face smirked at the diminutive matriarch below it. Then in a booming voice, it responded, "I had merely come to see if you had accepted my offer, Cologne. Have you and the other elders considered it?" "We have," Cologne shot back. "We would rather die than submit to be your slaves." "A pity," Saffron replied. "After all the trouble I went through in destroying the Musk dynasty for you. We did not ask for any favors," Cologne yelled. "You only wiped out the Musk dynasty because they refused to be your lackeys. It was only by mere coincidence that they were our hated enemies. We owe you nothing," Saffron replied with a grin. "Perhaps I had not given you enough time. Yes, I think some more time is in order. I will leave for now so that you may reconsider. To show that there are no hard feelings, I leave you with a parting gift. Something that I had learned from the Musk before I destroyed them. Enjoy." Saffron's voice trailed off as the cloud began to change shape. The Amazons began to back away as the cloud descended toward the ground and became more defined. Both Ranma and Navi became pale as they saw the mist solidify and take on the image of scales. The black cloud became larger in size and finally, its final form was revealed. It was then that all hell broke loose. The cloud had become a gigantic, black dragon that measured more than 300 feet in length. It had a lizard's body, and bat wings mounted behind the shoulders of its forepaws. Its mouth opened wide and revealed rows of sharp teeth as it let off a deafening roar. Above its square snout were long whiskers. The crowd began to scatter as it looked down at them with solid red eyes. It began to inhale deeply, and most people present knew what was about to occur next. The dragon did not disappoint them. It let loose huge bouts of flame, which shot overhead the panicked masses and torched a group of buildings into cinders. It followed through with another fiery blast, setting more houses on fire. The people scrambled away from the beast, hoping to find cover from the attacks. Ranma was almost trampled in the mud as he too tried to get out of the way. He then noticed that the Jews and Kionite had deserted him. Looking toward the front gate, he spotted the fat Chinese man running toward it. He was not alone, however. Several others had also decided that leaving the immediate area was the best hope of escape. Ranma's blood turned cold as he noted that the dragon had spotted the fleeing group. Ranma ducked behind a nearby house and watched with horror. Navi. That dragon's going to roast them alive. I know, Ranma. We have to help these people. However, we can't let them know about you. I sense many unscrupulous individuals here who would love to get their hands on the power and items you possess. We have to keep your abilities a secret. What can I do? I was hoping that we wouldn't have to resort to this. Look at the back of your right hand. Ranma looked down at his hand and his eyes widened as he saw what just appeared. It was the image of 3 triangles arranged to form a larger triangle. The lower right triangle was a solid yellow while the other 2 were line images. The images began to glow even brighter. The Triforce of Courage. I still have it. Ranma's eyes took on the size of dinner plates. Yes, Ranma. Ganondorf still retains the Triforce of Power while Princess Zelda has the Triforce of Wisdom. The Evil King needs all 3 pieces in order to break free of his prison in the evil realm. The sages thought that it would be best that you kept the Triforce of Courage to ensure that Ganondorf remained sealed away. But what does this mean? If you want to help those people and keep your identity a secret, then focus your power into the Triforce of Courage. Hooray! Ranma nodded as he began to concentrate. His body began to glow with a white light as the Triforce of Courage floated free from his hand and enlarged itself. Ranma let off a surprised yelp as his body was enveloped in a brilliant flash of luminescence. The Triforce of Courage rotated once and then vanished, leaving Ranma to look down at himself. The young martial artist's eyes widened as he saw that he had been returned to his Hyrule form. His ears were blonde and his skin was paler. His hair had been changed from black to gold and he was once again dressed in his Kokiri clothes. His Hylian shield was strapped to his back and his bigger sword was in its scabbard. He felt even more power, both physical and magical, coursing through his body. In the time stream, Sailor Pluto was suddenly caught off guard at the double influx of power as she once again glimpsed the image of the 3 triangles. This time, however, she saw a double image, one with the top triangle filled in, and the second with one of the lower triangles colored. She could feel the energy being emitted from the symbols, which made her shiver. The power being emitted was on a par with the Imperium silver crystal, and she had the feeling that whatever was doing this wasn't even emitting a tenth of its full potential. The energy output was so great and something seemed to be obscuring the source, as she couldn't focus in on the events of the present. She also got that familiar feeling again, and she decided that the answer to this anomaly must be somewhere in the distant past of the long-dead Moon Kingdom. She began looking back down the time stream. On Earth, the glamour spell has been completed, Navi said. No one has ever seen you in your Hyrule body before, so they won't recognize you. Good. Come on, Navi. Ranma. Wait for me. Navi cried out. Ranma's Hylian strength came into play as he easily cleared the crowds in a 40-foot lead. As he was coming down, he silently called forth the Megadon hammer from its place in limbo. Hefting the heavy boron weapon aloft, Ranma landed on the nape of the dragon's neck and slammed the hammer down with tremendous force, just as the beast was about to incinerate a crowd of villagers. Thom. The dragon reared back in pain as the hammer struck. Shaking its head to clear it of the dizziness, it then again tried to char the people in front of it. Thom. The dragon roared in pain again as second blow hit its head. And then a third blow hit. Then another and then another. As each blow connected, the beast thrashed about. Looking above its head, the dragon spotted something out of the corner of one eye. Something or someone was giving it the worst migraine in history. Confused that a mere mortal was actually dealing out massive amounts of pain, despite its thick, scaly hide, the black beast began thrashing its head about, hoping to shake the annoyance off. Unfortunately for the dragon, Ranma had his iron boots on to keep him steady as he continued to whack away at his foe's noggin. After the first few blows had smashed through the scales, Ranma took out the bigger sword and began slashing away at the exposed tissue. The dragon roared even louder as the incessant pounding had been replaced by sharp pain as something was cutting it. Finally, in desperation, the monster spread its wings and took off, hoping to get rid of its irritant. The Amazons watched in awe as the dragon took flight and carried their mysterious savior with it. They soon became a distant dot in the sky over the horizon. Unknown to both Navi and Ranma, one person had seen the transformation. Cologne watched with interest as the dragon disappeared into the distance. Amazing. That boy is in possession of immense magical power. He would be quite an asset to our tribe, especially now that he is battling Saffron's pet. We could use such a warrior in our coming battles with the Lord of Phoenix Mountain. This bear's looking into 3,000 feet about sea level. Ranma was still slashing away with the bigger sword. The dragon had twisted, dived, turned and made loops in its attempts to free itself, but he still hung on and continued to hack away at the beast. Beside him, Navi desperately tried to keep up with the monster. She wanted to help her bond partner, but since the monster's power outstripped her own, she could do very little against it. Ranma! Watch out! Navi screamed as the dragon suddenly inverted itself. Ranma was caught off guard as he slipped off the dragon's neck. Knowing that his iron boots would be a hindrance now, he quickly switched to his hover boots, hoping that they would at least slow his descent. The winged footwear glowed with their golden light as they invoked their limited levitation powers. Ranma felt himself decelerate. However, that was when Navi flew down beside him and frantically plunged to his right. His eyes widened as he saw what was coming at him. Apparently, the dragon was not content to let him fall to his death. It intended to fry him on the spot for causing us so much pain. Ranma could see it prepare to let loose a fiery blast as it dived toward him. With less than a second away from incineration, Ranma pulled out his mirror shield. The dragon released its incendiary breath at him. The huge blast of flame and heat impacted with the polished surface of the shield. However, much to the dragon's surprise, the flames were absorbed into the shield and were then redirected back at it. The monster howled in pain as it was hit in the face. Normally, the flames would not have been able to harm it, due to its protective, scaly hide. However, since Ranma had greatly injured the dragon, the heat seared the open wounds caused by his weapons. The beast let off a final roar as the flames ravaged its wounds and penetrated into its skull. Suddenly, the dragon's body burst into a fiery mass as it streaked past Ranma's free-falling form, leaving a thick trail of black smoke. It plummeted down towards the sea and caused a great splash when it hit the water. The sea boiled and churned as the temperatures rose to unbearable levels. Finally, the waters settled down and the dragon was no longer seen. Even though his hover boots had slowed down his descent to less than terminal velocity, Ranma didn't like the idea of landing in boiling seawater. Calling forth his fairy bow, he launched an arrow and began infusing it with a blue energy. He then released the arrow, which streaked down and shot into the water. At the point of impact, the ice arrow released a blue flash, instantly forming large chunks of ice. The ice melted within seconds in the heated water, but it was enough to cool the temperature to barely tolerable levels. Just as he was about 50 feet above the surface of the water, Ranma put away his bow and summoned forth his Zoran tunic. A gift from King Zora himself, the cloth of the tunic was made from a material which simulated the gills of a fish. Ranma splashed down and disappeared beneath the surface of the waves. Navi flew down and hovered above the sea, waiting for Ranma to surface. 4 minutes later, Ranma came up. "Ranma, are you okay?" "Yeah," he replied. "Just a little waterlogged." "Where are we?" "Looks like we're more than halfway across the China Sea. Japan is about 3,000 miles from here." "Ew, this place stinks." "I know." When that dragon hit the water, the heat had caused a considerable fish kill. "You are literally swimming in soup." "Hey! What's that?" Ranma pointed to what appeared to be a long piece of string. Navi hovered over it and said, "That's one of the whiskers of the dragon that you killed. Dragon whiskers have certain magical properties." "Oh." Ranma then noted that his hair had come loose and the band that he normally used to tie his hair was gone. He then reached for the whisker and used it to tie his hair. "I guess I should keep this." Who knows? It might come in handy. Hey! What's happening? Ranma was enveloped in another flash of light and then found himself in his normal-looking body again. Looking down at his right hand, he saw that the Triforce of Courage was fading back into his skin. The danger has passed and the Triforce has returned to its dormant state until the next time you need it, Navi explained. So where to now? Well, we were heading to Japan, before we got sidetracked to that Amazon village, so I guess we'd better go that way. 3,000 miles? Even though I'm stronger than average, that's still a long way to go. Don't worry, Ranma. With your Zoran tunic, even if you stop somewhere along the way, you won't drown. That tunic allows you to breathe underwater indefinitely, you know. I know. Ranma sighed as he began the long swim back to his homeland. I just hope Japan isn't as crazy as China. Navi bobbed in agreement as she followed her bond partner. In the time stream, Sailor Pluto's eyes widened as she saw a scene in the distant past. The image depicted the events that concerned the Moon Kingdom, 1,000 years before its eventual fall at the hands of the Negaverse. She saw another splendid kingdom, whose people had fair skin, blonde ears and high magical abilities. She then saw it. The three triangles that seemed to personify that magical realm, and she then remembered the old records. She opened her mouth and uttered a single word. Hyrule. To be continued. Author's notes: it's been a while since I've looked back at this storyline, and with new encouragement from my readers to continue this tale, I've decided to give the previous chapters a bit of an overhaul. My readers will notice some very definite changes as this goes on, but the general plot will remain the same. Thanks to all my fans for keeping this story alive. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 Card Sharks. The Legend of Ranma 1/2. The Legend of Zelda and Sailor Moon all belong to their respective creators. I'm just writing this for fun. Thoughts? Telepathic communication. Chapter 2 Card Sharks. In a place known as Mount Phoenix, a certain godling by the name of Saffron watched a scene unfold in the waters of a mystic well. The images depicted a strange young man with blonde ears who was actually battling against a huge dragon and was winning. Very interesting. Saffron turned to one of his underlings. I did not think that the Amazons had anyone who had the power to battle the dragon. Apparently, even the powers of the Musk dynasty were not enough to bend those Amazons to my will. Are you certain that no one had seen this man before? No, my lord. We are not certain if this stranger is an alive the Amazons or a stranger. I sense a great power within him. Something that I had never sensed before. A source of power that is not of this world. I would have this power. What are your orders? For now, I shall leave the Amazons be as I investigate this new development. I can see that he is now heading towards Japan. The scene in the waters changed as they showed Ranma swimming east. Contact our allies in Japan and have them send some challenges to him. I would like to see just how capable this young man island, as you wish, my lord. In another part of reality, also called the Negaverse, Queen Beryl was looking into her crystal ball when a sudden image appeared before her. The evil ruler frowned as she saw who it was. Kima. What does Saffron want now? The winged messenger frowned as she replied, That's Lord Saffron, Queen Beryl. You would do well to respect the one that had saved you from death. Were it not for him, you would be but a memory after your last battle with the sailor Senshi. I did not need his help. Beryl hissed. That's not what I've heard. The sailor Senshi would have destroyed you, had my master not transported you out of the Negaverse at the last instant. As of now, I believe that you had perished. Why you? Now. No need to be so touché. Your energy was all but exhausted and you would have surely died, if Master Saffron had not been so generous and powered you up, as well as resurrect your underlings, Jadite, Zoisite and Malachite. You are in service to my lord. He would destroy you all in an instant should you betray him. Never forget that. Beryl growled but replied in a tight voice, What does he want? A certain young man will be arriving in Japan soon and he possesses great power. My master wishes for you to seek out this person and test him. But what about the sailor Senshi and our own plans? Saffron cares nothing about your little vendetta against the Senshi or your petty schemes to drain the earth of its life energy. His plans go far beyond your limited imagination. Go about your own business, but keep a lookout for this man. Is that understood? Beryl fumed at being treated as a minor annoyance, but nodded. Kima smirked as her image faded away. It was then that Jadite approached his leader. My queen! How much more must we suffer under the heel of that pompous godling? Patience, Jadite. The evil ruler's mouth turned up into a smile. Saffron doesn't know it, but he has just presented us with a golden opportunity. Unknown to him, I was already aware of the great energy source that is approaching Japan. I sensed that the man's life energy alone would put our plans ahead by months. He is also in possession of something Saffron wants. If he wants it, then it would be in our best efforts to get it first. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, my queen. In the eternal flow of time, Setsunan, aka Sailor Pluto, was still puzzled. Why did the Triforce of Courage and Power suddenly appear after 2,000 years of absence? Did that mean that Hyrule still existed? And if it did, how much had changed? She had sensed the presence of the Triforce of Courage and Power, and was very concerned. She had detected evil intentions with the Triforce of Power, and that could prove to be a grave danger to the future of Sistal Tokyo. The legends of that ancient relic had depicted its magical potential to be far greater than the Silver Imperial Crystal and the late Queen Serenity herself. Even 1/3 of the Triforce was enough to reduce the Earth to rubble 1,000,000 times over. And just where was the Triforce of Wisdom? She had not sensed its presence. That third component of the relic was supposed to keep the other two in check and balance out its power. There were just too many variables and unanswered questions. She couldn't even pinpoint the location of the Triforce components as they were somehow hiding the presence of the ones who possessed them. She could only feel faint emissions and they were not enough for her to get a valid reading. The only thing she knew was that the Triforce of Courage was heading toward Japan. Perhaps it was time for her to have another discussion with her fellow Senshi. Somewhere in the waters of Japan. "We're almost there, Ranma," Navi commented as the coast of Japan appeared over the distant horizon. "It's about time," Ranma said in a tired voice as he continued to swim toward the island of Japan. "I can't believe that I had to swim 3,000 miles. Sorry, Ranma," Navi said in an apologetic tone. "It couldn't be helped though. Japan was closer than China was and we were planning to go there. At least with your Zoran tunic, you didn't have to worry about drowning along the way. Stupid dragon just had to drop me off into the China Sea. It was almost as bad as King Dodongo and Volvagia. The trip wasn't very pleasant either. I just had to be swimming in the sea when that storm came up. I ran into some old water mines left over from World War II. And I wasn't too keen with that shark when it tried to make a meal out of me. Well, your long-shot weapon did make him reconsider. As soon as we're in Japan, I'm going to have me some shark fin soup." An hour later, Ranma was in the Tokyo harbor. When he got to within 100 feet of the nearest pier, he was all but exhausted. He decided that he was too tired to continue on, so he silently called on his longshot. The tool appeared in his hand and fired off its grappling chain. The metal spear pierced into a wooden post and began reeling. The tired swimmer in Ranma hauled himself onto the pier and fell flat on his face. Navi floated nearby, unseen by any passerby or docks worker. "My poor Ranma, you've suffered so much. Here, let me soothe your tired bones." The Hyrule fairy began circling Ranma and released a shiny powder. His body glowed with a soft white light as Navi worked her healing magic. In another minute, the former hero of time sat up with a refreshed look about him. "Thanks, Navi." "No problem, Ranma. So where do you want to go now?" Ranma's stomach growled in response. "Where else? After swimming 3,000 miles, I'm really hungry." A half hour later, Ranma was sitting in a small restaurant, downing his third bowl of soup. As he ate, he carried on a silent conversation with his guardian fairy. "So where do you want to go now, Ranma?" Navi asked. "Well, since we're in Japan, I may as well check up on the local martial artists and see what has changed since in the last 6 years." Ranma swallowed the last bit of soup and motioned for the waiter to bring him another bowl. "Man, that tastes great. Anyway, I guess my next move is to find somewhere to stay for a while. You got any ideas, Navi?" The fairy indicated that she did not. "Oh, by the way, Ranma, do you still have that ocarina that Saria gave you?" "Yeah, I still do. Even though I couldn't keep the ocarina of time, I still have my fairy ocarina." "Why do you ask?" "Well, I had been taking an inventory on the items you received from Hyrule, and I discovered that Princess Zelda had modified some of the mystic songs you learned. Oh yeah? Like what? Playing Seria's song will allow you to counter any mystic music that is used against you. It will also let you communicate with the forest spirits of this world. Zelda's lullaby will allow you to open mystic locks and other magical portals. Eppona's song will let you tame and communicate with other animals, not just horses this time. The Sun Song will cause sunlight to appear and counter any undead creature. You can't make it day or night anymore, since this isn't Hyrule. Okay? Ranma nodded as he began to assimilate the information. So what about the other songs? Well, Navi continued. The Song of Storms can still make it rain, but now you can summon forth other elements of the weather like snow, wind, sleet and lightning. The Song of Time can cause a temporal displacement of anything around you for a few moments. What's a temporal displacement? Take out the ocarina and play the Song of Time. Navi instructed. Ranma looked around and shrugged as he made the instrument appear. Holding it up to his mouth, he played the Song of Time. Instantly, he was surrounded in a corona of blue light. When he completed the melody, he looked at his surroundings and his eyes widened. Everything and everyone in the restaurant had become frozen in place. To his right, he saw the bartender in the midst of preparing a drink. The amber liquid stopped in mid-pour. Customers all around him were as motionless as statues. Many of them were holding up their chopsticks and had food a scant few inches from their open mouths. There was no sound in the restaurant. The only ones that could still move and talk were Ranma and Navi. What's going on, Navi? When you play the Song of Time, you cause a bubble of temporal disruption to take place. Anything within that bubble is frozen in time for about 1 minute. You can see how full this spell can be. Mind you, since this spell takes up so much magic, you can only play it twice a day. Neat. So if I'm in trouble or something, I can use this spell to escape, right? You got it. And I'd say that in another 10 seconds, those people will return to normal. They won't even remember what had happened. True to Navi's words, exactly 10 seconds later, the magic wore off and the restaurant became the busy establishment it always had been. People resumed their meals, the bartender finished making that drink and sound returned to the place. It was as if someone had pushed the play button on the scene when it was in pause mode. In the time stream, Setsunan blinked. She could have sworn that time had stopped for just a moment. That can't be right. I could have sworn that the time stream halted for just a moment. But I didn't use my temporal powers to cause the time stream to stop. She pondered it for a few more moments before checking the current timeline. She saw that nothing had changed and decided to put this strange development off for a while. It may have been just a minor time fluctuation, which were common in the never-ending flow of the continuum. She made a note to investigate this further at some later date, which was pretty much all relative to her. Back on Earth, so what else has been changed, Navi? Well, you can't play any of those other warp spell songs, since there are no Triforce portals on Earth. Not that it matters, since those songs only work with the Ocarina of Time. A while later, Ranma was walking down the streets of Tokyo, happily taking in the sights and searching for a place to stay. As he continued on his way, he soon caught the scent of something delicious and familiar. That's okonomiyaki. Ranma, you just ate. You can't still be hungry. You ate enough to feed all the Kokiri for a month. Sorry, Navi. I can't help myself. Whenever I smell okonomiyaki, it reminds me of my old buddy Huken. Huken? Oh yes. He was your friend from 12 years back. That's right. He could sure make the best okonomiyaki. Let's see. Ranma looked to his right and saw the restaurant where the smell was coming from. His eyes became wide with shock as he read the name of the establishment. T.T. the Hookins. It can't be. Ranma. Navi. The name of that place is the Hookins, and according to the small print below the sign, its owner is Yukio Kwanji. You mean that your old friend is the owner of that restaurant? As if in answer to the fairy's question, the very person they were talking about emerged from the shop and greeted a couple of girls who came to the entrance. He was about 8 inches shorter than Ranma and was wearing the traditional outfit of an okonomiyaki chef. On her back was a huge spatula and he also wore a bandolier with several smaller spatulas. He smiled to the newcomers as Ranma observed from across the street. One girl was tall and had long brown hair. She was wearing a house dress and had a serene look about her. She appeared to be in her late teens to early 20s. The second girl was about a year or two younger and had short brown hair. She was wearing a t-shirt and blue jeans. When the two entered the restaurant, the owner followed them in. So that was your old friend Yukio Kwanji. Ranma nodded. There's no mistaking those spatulas and that aroma. I recognize that recipe. It was one of my favorites. I also saw how he moved. He was training to be a martial artist, just like I was. That's him all right. Are you sure that's Yukio? Of course it is. I used to call him Uken. He used to call me Ran-chan. I'm not asking about that. You told me he was a boy. He was. I mean he is. I don't think so. Either my mystical senses are off or Yukio is using some kind of glamour eye. What are you talking about? Ranma, Yukio is a girl. A girl. Ranma's expression was a mixture of shock and disbelief as he heard this. No way. He doesn't look like a girl. Ranma, it isn't that hard to believe. After all, Princess Zelda fooled you by pretending to be that she person. Everyone thought she was a man, even Princess Ruto. Yeah, but she used the Triforce of Wisdom to hide from your magical senses. That's right. Since this Yukio does not have the Triforce of Wisdom or any other magical disguise spell, then I must believe what my senses are telling me. If you want to make sure, why don't you use your own mystic senses to probe her when you meet up with her? Meet up with her? Oh, come on now, Ranma. I know that you want to see her again after 12 long years. 10 years by her reckoning, of course. Ranma was silent for a few minutes, then slowly nodded. Yeah, I really did miss my buddy Hook over the last 12 years. Let's go see him. I mean her. Inside the restaurant, Yukio was busily preparing a meal for the family, who was sitting at a booth in a remote corner. As she delivered the tendo's order, she looked at the sad family with a compassionate eye. Soon Tendo, the head of the family, was in a sad state. He was slouched over the table and was absently picking at his food. His eyes were red from frequently bawling, but today was one of those times where he really had a good reason to cry. His long black hair was a mess and it looked like he hadn't washed in a couple of days. Tendo, the youngest of the family, was also in a depressed state as she slowly chewed her food. She had long, black hair and was wearing a simple blue dress. Her sister Navi, the second oldest, was busy writing down some notes as she ate her supper. Kasumi, the eldest daughter, put on a gentle smile as she tried to console her father. Please, father. You must eat to keep up your strength. I lost the dojo and our home. Soon wailed as he blubbered into his okonomiyaki. It wasn't your fault that the Tendo dojo was lost on a bet, Mr. Tendo. Yukio said as she approached the family. It was because of that stupid bet that damned Ranma had made with him 10 years ago. Ranma froze in place just after he had entered the shop. Bet? 10 years ago? What is she talking about? Oh no. It can't be that. The little fairy noted that her bond partner was very pale at the moment. Ranma? What's wrong? Do you know something? I'm afraid I do, Navi. When I was 6 years old, Book and me came across some creep who called himself the Gambling King. He was a real con artist and he cheated a lot of kids out of their money. When I went up against him, he fleeced me but good. Book and me later wrapped him up and tossed him away. But now I remember something else. What is it? It was just after he had conned me out of all of my money. I found a paper among my pop's things, which said something about a place called the Tendo Dojo. I used it as collateral and lost. Ranma became even sadder at this confession. Ranma, how could you? I was young and foolish at the time, but that's no excuse. I shouldn't have gotten involved with that damned Gambling King. Now this family has lost their home because of my mistake. I've got to make it up to them. What are you going to do? Get their home back? With that in mind, Ranma approached the family. So what are you going to do about this? Yukio asked. That's simple. Soon said the firm tone. I'll go back to that con artist and win back our home. If you do that, you are liable to lose the GI on your back, Daddy. Nabi remarked. He's obviously cheating and your stubbornness is what lost us our house as well as the dojo. Nabiki's right, Dad. Akan agreed. That gambling king beat you with every hand. I thought Navi was about to win back our home. But then you just had to make that all or nothing bet. We lost everything and we can't challenge him again, since we had nothing to bet with. If we had something we could use for collateral, then I could win back everything. The second daughter remarked. I'm watching him and he's only good enough to beat little kids. His facial expressions are easy to read. Although, his sleight of hand maneuvers are pretty tricky though. Curse you Sodom! Soon wailed as he let out a deluge of tears. Curse you and your son. To think I had promised to engage my children to yours. How could he do this to us? If his son wasn't already dead then I'd kill him. The restaurant had become quiet as Soon's outburst registered with all those present. Soon looked around at the foreboding silence, then paled as he remembered that he had not yet informed his daughters of the pledge to unite the schools of the anything goes martial arts. The emotional martial artist smiled sheepishly as he reddened and turned away from the looks he was getting. The shocked expressions on the three sisters and Yukio were very apparent. However, their looks of surprise paled to what Ranma was feeling. He looked like he was having a stroke as the truth set in. Engagement? What's he talking about, Ranma? Navi was getting more confused by the minute. Just what kind of life did Ranma have before they met? I had no idea, Navi. If this is true, then I don't dare tell these people my name is Ranma Sodom. I still have to help them, since it was my fault that they're in this mess. Taking a moment to calm himself, he took a deep breath and listened in on the conversation between Soon and his daughters. What do you mean you promised to engage one of us? Akan cried out. I hate boys. You better come clean, Daddy. Navi added. Well, Soon began in a quiet voice. You see, before any of you were born, an old friend of mine and I trained together in the anything goes martial arts. Before we went our separate ways, we made an oath to unite the two schools by engaging any children we might have. Not that it matters now, since Janma's son Ranma has been dead for more than 10 years. It's a good thing that he is dead. Akan snarled. I'd never marry some stupid boy. Especially someone who bet our dojo away. Ranma winced at her words, but he really couldn't disagree. It was his fault that the family was homeless. He continued to listen in on their conversation. You're not the only one who's mad at Ranma. Yukio said in a hard voice. I thought he was my friend, but 10 years ago, he and his father stole my father's yatai and left me on the side of the road. I did what? Ranma thought. Oh, how terrible. Kasumi said. Yukio nodded. Well, since you people already know that I'm a girl, I may as well tell you the whole story. 10 years ago, my father and his father arranged for me to be engaged to Ran-chan. My father's cart was supposed to be my dowry. What? But Janma had made his vow to me first. Soon exploded. Yukio shrugged as she continued. It's true. Janma had agreed to the engagement, But he and that jerk son of his took my father's cart and abandoned me. Since that day, I swore that I would never love another man. Is that why you came to Furinken dressed as a boy? Akan asked. Yukio nodded. Ranma had already ruined me for a marriage. I saw no reason to keep my femininity. If it weren't for that time when Kuno split open my shirt during that fight, no one would have known that I was really a girl. Since Ranma's dead and his father has gone into hiding, I am denied any chance of revenge. Kami-sama, I was engaged to Yukio. It looks like you and your father had done some very bad things. Navi remarked. I didn't know, Navi. I swear I didn't know. If I knew that our getting that cart meant that I was engaged to Yukio, then I never would have allowed it to happen. Damn you, Pop. How could you made me do that to her? Now I know why he asked me of whether I liked Okonomiyaki or Uken. So what are you going to do now? Ranma began considering his options and replied. First of all, I'm going to win the Tenbo's home back. Then, later on, I'll have to deal with Yukio somehow. Taking another deep breath, he waved a hand to the group, getting their attention. Excuse me, but I'm new here and I couldn't help overhearing your problem about losing your home to this con artist. I think I may be able to help in getting your property back. Who are you? Why would a complete stranger want to help us? Akan asked, her voice dripping with her usual contempt for boys. My name really isn't that important. Ranma said. What is important is that you people have lost your home, and I'm quite sure that whoever this gambling king is, he had cheated somehow, right? Everyone nodded as Nebiki replied, somehow, he slipped the joker into my hand during that final bet. I can't prove that he cheated since he did it so fast. Okay, how about this? Ranma reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a huge wad of yen notes. Nebiki's eyes widened as she mentally counted the amount presented to her. It was more than 500,000 yen. I'll put up this money to wager against him. I'll win back your house and dojo for you. And what's the catch? Nebiki asked suspiciously. Her eyes were still fixed on the huge roll of money he had in his hands. No catch at all. I just couldn't stand the thought of such a nice family being on the street, due to some careless actions of an irresponsible boy 10 years ago. If I win, then you're no longer homeless. If I don't, then I lose some money. Either way, you won't lose anything else. We don't take charity, Soon said in a proud voice. Oh, come on now. From what I heard, it was due to your pride and stubbornness that lost you your home in the first place. He's right, Daddy. Nabiki agreed. If you hadn't kept petting away every room in the house, just to get the dojo back, then we wouldn't be in this mess. You just couldn't stop and cut your losses. Precisely. Now, will you swallow that pride and let me help you? We really don't have anything to lose if we accept his offer, Father. Kasumi said. It's the best offer we've gotten since that gambling king came here. Nabiki added. Akan said nothing as she still suspected that the stranger had an ulterior motive behind all this. Soon looked at his family, then at the stranger who was offering them a chance to regain their home. He took a long and tired sigh and gave him a reluctant nod. The Tendo home was a place of great activity as the gambling king cheated and conned large crowds of children out of their money. Neon lights flashed and the place was loud with the sounds of slot machines, roulette wheels and other gambling devices. Ranma, Yukio and the Tendo family made their way through the crowds toward the dojo, where the gambling king was sitting on a lavish throne and was busy parting his opponents from their cash and other belongings. Ranma's eyes narrowed as he gazed upon the person that he lost the Tendo dojo to, when he was 6. He hadn't changed a bit. The gambling king still looked like the face card of a poker deck. As he observed the con artist play against another youngster, he noted that he always raised a card in the hand he had and the kid would take it, revealing the joker. He had also noticed that the crooked card player would slip the joker into his opponent's hand when he or she wasn't looking. After a minute, he walked toward the table and slapped the wad of yen notes on the table. Gambling King, I hereby challenge you, Ranma announced as he sat down. The con artist's eyes widened as he saw the amount of money in front of him. He looked up and gazed at the intense and determined person in front of him. Well now, you must not have a very good sense of value if you are betting that much. Put up or shut up, Ranma replied. As you wish. The gambling king began dealing out the cards. Ranma then looked out of the corner of his right eye to Navi, who was floating near his shoulder. Navi, it's obvious that he's going to cheat all the way through the game. That's for sure. The fairy agreed. It's apparent that he has no idea what the word fair means. Are you ready, Navi? No problem, Ranma. My special transference spell should take care of it. Ranma then nodded as he picked up his first hand. He saw that the joker was already there, but he knew that was coming. He then looked up at the gambling king with a smile and said, Let's start small, shall we? I hear you also own the entire Tendo house, correct? I hereby wager that money against the bathroom. Done. The gambling king replied as he reached out to take a card from Ranma's hand. The hero Hyrule smiled as he raised the joker card slightly. The gambling king took the bait and frowned when he realized what Ranma was attempting. When his fingers were an inch away from the joker, he then moved his hand to a card beside it. He had chosen the 3 of spades. However, Navi had spotted this and cast her spell. The 3 of spades and the joker exchanged places. When the con artist looked at the card, his expression became even more depressed. Damn. Well, it looks like I win that hand, Ranma replied. Now how about betting my money against the kitchen? The Tendos, Yukio and the rest of the crowds were intensely watching the stranger as he won his first hand against the gambling king. That was just a fluke. Akan snorted. Well, at least we have our bathroom back, Kasumi remarked. At the table, Ranma picked up his next hand. He didn't see the Joker, so he assumed that his opponent had it. Reaching out toward his foe's hand, he selected a card. Below his line of vision, the gambling king was secretly trying to slip something into Ranma's hand. His hand motion was so fast that no human eye could track it. However, it wasn't fast enough to escape a fairy's eyes. Navi spotted the Joker and used her magic to switch it with the 5 of diamonds from the gambling king's hand. The face card man was shocked to see that the Joker was still in his hand. He quickly smothered his expression as he took a card from his opponent. As soon as he chose the 6 of clubs, Navi switched it with the Joker in his hand. When the con man looked at what he had selected, he did a frantic double take. "What the heck? Oh my!" Ranma said sweetly. "I guess I won again. Now, shall we wager the living room?" The crowds became even more astounded as the game went on. With every hand, Ranma began winning the Tendo home back, room by room. The living room, the front hallway, Akan's bedroom, Nabiki's bedroom, Kasumi's bedroom, the koi pond, the backyard, the front yard and many others. With every hand, the gambling king became even more frustrated. 50 hands later, he got desperate. "I don't understand it. I'm cheating my very best and this young upstart is still beating me. At this rate I lose my business here. I can't afford to give up the best setup I ever had. It's time to end this." After losing the Tendo house and all the gambling equipment in the dojo, the gambling king held up to playing cards. One was the dreaded Joker and the other was the Ace of Spades. "I must admit, you are one of the most challenging players I have ever faced. So what do you say to a final match? I have 2 cards here." He slapped them face down on the table before Ranma. "If you choose the Ace, you win. If you choose the Joker, you lose. Winner takes all." "I'll take that bet," Ranma said with confidence. "No, don't listen to him. He's cheating." "I know it," Nabiki called out. "The young man has already accepted my challenge. I will brook no interference." He turned back to Ranma. "Choose." The crowd held its breath as they waited. The Tendos and Yukio were especially nervous. Ranma looked at Navi, who was floating over the 2 cards. "He switched the Ace with a Joker, didn't he?" "You got it, Ranma. He hid the Ace in his right sleeve. All that switching around has exhausted me. I'm not sure if I can transfer the right card." "Don't worry, Navi. I got it covered." Looking up to his opponent, he took out his fairy ocarina and asked, "Do you mind if I play a small tune before I choose? It's been a long game and I need to loosen up." "I'm sure everyone would agree." The gambling king smiled as he assumed that Ranma's request was just a futile attempt to stall for time. "Go right ahead. Not that it's going to make any difference. I could use a little entertainment before I take back what is rightfully mine. Thank you." Ranma held up the instrument and played the Song of Time. The melody wafted throughout the Tendo compound and invoked its spell. Everyone within the place became frozen in the temporal displacement bubble, including Ranma's opponent. Ranma smiled as he reached down and flipped the two cards. He saw the two jokers and shook his head. Typical. Ranma sighed as he reached over and retrieved the ace. He placed one joker into the sleeve and put the ace and the remaining joker face down on the table. He then sat back and waited for the time freeze to end. 15 seconds later, the entire scene unfroze itself. Now, young man, you have played your music. Pick your card, the gambling king said with a smug look. Okay. Ranma calmly turned over a card. It was the ace. The crowd gave off a loud cheer as the Tenbos and Yukio crowded around him to congratulate him. Soon was bawling buckets as he swept up Ranma in a hug that was making him blue in the face. You did it. You won back our home. E-L-R-K. Ranma replied as his breath was squeezed out of him. The gambling king's expression turned from confidence to absolute shock. His mouth fell and hit the floor as he stared at the card. No, it can't be. I'm sure I put down two jokers. He can't have been able to pick the ace. He can't. The con man hit his fist on the table in frustration. It was then that the joker in his sleeve fell out. A young boy noticed this and picked up the card. He then shot an angry look at the card man and then turned to the crowds, holding the card aloft. Hey, look everybody. He had a joker up his sleeve. This man's nothing but a rotten cheater. And now wait a minute. The con artist stammered as he saw the crowd of children turn toward him. Even though he was older and bigger, the children outnumbered him. Before he had any chance to react, they were upon him like a swarm of bees. The dojo was soon ringing with the sounds of a man being put through excruciating pain. OW. Stop. Not the beard. Yow. Ouch. Don't pull that. No. Didn't your mother teach you that it's not nice to? My eye. Off. YOW. My chin. I told you. Not the beard. Alligigio. Ouch. No biting. OWIE. No kicking. OWIE. That hurts. No more. OW. Who did that? Wait. OW. 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 The gambling king was a mess when the children finally let up on him. 20 minutes later, after returning the money and property to each child and sent them away, Ranma walked up to the battered man and hauled him up with one hand. The con artist could barely see straight since both eyes sported a shiner and were half closed. He then gulped as he realized that he was 2 feet off the ground. Listen here, pal. Ranma said in a hard tone. If I ever see your stupid face again, I'll pound you so hard that there won't be a doctor in the world with enough bandages to put you back together. Now get lost. Go get an honest job, because if I find out that you've returned to your cheating ways, the next thing you'll be gambling for is your life. Ranma released his hold on the gambling king, who then scrambled his way out of the Tendo compound. A minute later, the man disappeared over the horizon. He sighed as he turned to face the Tendos and Yukio. Soon smiled as he put his arms around the shoulders of his daughters. On behalf of my entire family, I would like to give you our gratitude for saving our home. By the way, we never got to know your name. My name? Ranma replied nervously. Yeah, I'd to know who you are too. Yukio added. Ranma became a little pale as he tried to answer. Fortunately, Navi came to his rescue. She hovered to his right ear and whispered a name. A moment later, Ranma replied, My name is Link. Near the gates of time. Sailor Pluto was again dumbfounded when time suddenly stopped for a minute, then started again. Once again she checked and found that the future was still unchanged for the most part. Still Tokyo would come to pass, but now she noticed a slight difference. In that future utopia, a family named Tendo was now thriving. She didn't know what to think about it. She had looked back into their past recently, and according to what had happened the last time she checked, the Tendo clan had become homeless due to losing their dojo and home to a con artist. As a result, their family line and martial arts discipline had died out. The last important act of their line was done by the head of their family, Sun Tendo, as he made one final attempt to regain their property and lost. However, when time neared that point in the continuum, stopped and then started up again, it now recorded that Sun and his family had somehow regained their property and thereby avoided that dire future. She was only one of the few individuals that could detect any change in the flow of time. Everyone else would not have noticed such alterations. The Tendo clan had no direct impact whatsoever on the coming of Crystal Tokyo, so whether it survived or not was of no real consequence. Still, this slight alteration was enough to make Setsuna more determined than ever to find out just what was going on. The new alteration had also traces of that same anomaly she had detected earlier, and she also sensed minute amounts of magic that was associated with fairies. With all the interference that the Triforce parts were causing, she still couldn't pinpoint where they were, nor discern the identity of whoever possessed them. Though she did suspect that whatever or whoever had saved the Tendo family from ruin might be connected. She decided that now may be the time to contact her fellow Senshi. She disappeared from the gates of time to meet up with Haruka and Mikaru, alias Sailor Uranus and Neptune. Meanwhile, in another district, someone else also noticed that something strange was going on. Guys, my computer just registered another temporal anomaly again. Really? Said the cute blonde girl with really long pigtails. What's a temporal anomaly? It means that something has been manipulating the time stream. Usagi, this is the second time today that time had stopped. Ami replied. A girl with dark hair and wearing a white GI top and red skirt became thoughtful. This may have something to do with last night's fire reading. Really? What happened? Asked a tall and athletic girl with brown hair. Ray nodded to her friend Mikoto. Last night, I had a premonition, as if something important was going to happen soon. I made a fire reading and saw ... I single quote I'm not sure how to explain it. What did you see? Minako asked. I'm not sure what the images meant, but I saw a guy dressed in green clothes. He had blonde ears and was carrying a really big sword. I also saw an image of 3 triangles, arranged in a much larger pattern. The last image I saw was of Queen Beryl. That can't be right. Beryl's dead, Usagi stated. Yeah. We finished her off a long time ago. Lita added. The last we ever heard of her was during that Doom Tree thing. Do you think that it might be the Negaverse again? Minako asked. I don't know. Ami said. Well, if it's the Negaverse again, then the Sailor Senshi are ready to beat them again. Sarana said as she wolfed down another dozen donuts. Save some for the rest of us. Rinnie said as she tried to get a hold of one before her future mother left nothing but crumbs. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, some of my readers have asked to get Setsuna and the other Senshi involved, so I decided, why not? I'll be using the Japanese names as the overhaul continues. Chapter 4 Chapter 3 The Hyrule Knight The Legend of Ranma Rumiko Takahashi plus Ranma 1/2 plus my own ideas plus no claim to said characters equals disclaimer, thoughts, telepathic communication. Chapter 3 The Hyrule Knight. How did I get mixed up in all of this? Ranma thought as he ate on the food down in the guest room of the Tendo home. It had been a week since he had beaten the Gambling King. Well, at least I'd got a place to stay for a while. After helping the Tendo family regain their home from the Gambling King, the grateful head of the clan had invited Ranma to stay as a guest for a while, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. On the advice of his fairy companion Navi, Ranma had introduced himself as Link. When asked for his last name, he had quickly made up name Kentaro, from a manga that he had seen when he came to Tokyo. He also told them that he was quite willing to pay rent and help pay for the bills. At first, Soon's pride would not allow him to accept such a generous offer, but when Ranma hauled out the cash he had used to bed with, Nabiki's eyes gleamed as she took the money, telling him that it was all right. Ranma was a bit put on edge as Nabiki kept on inquiring on how he had so much cash and if he had more. After a long bout of hemming and hawing, the former hero of Hyrule told her that he was a traveling martial artist and had participated in many tournaments with big payoffs. This half-truth satisfied the rest of the family, but Nabiki became even more curious. When he mentioned that he was a martial artist, the youngest sister Akane had become interested and challenged him to a match in the dojo. After all, he said to have participated in a lot of tournaments and should have some skills. Not as good as hers, of course. Ranma had become concerned since he was many times stronger than the normal human and he didn't want to hurt her. He had politely turned her down, but she was like her father and also wouldn't take no for an answer. However, Ranma remained firm, much to Akane's irritation. She started thinking that Ranma was some kind of coward. Akan continued to try and cajole Ranma into a match, but Ranma continued to turn her down. This of course only made Akan more determined and things got even more pressured, especially after she had seen him practice in the backyard for the next few days. When Ranma asked Navi about it, she had informed him that Akan considered herself the best martial artist in Niruma. She also had a very intense dislike for boys. Flashback. Let me give you some free advice, Link. Navi cautioned. Never let Akan know that you're better than her, and I have a feeling that you are. If she sees that you are better, then you're in for a world of headaches. I don't see why she's so fired up about my not wanting to spar with her. I didn't want to see her get hurt. Did you say that to her? Well, I said that I don't usually fight someone who's weaker than me. Navi shook her head as she said, now that was the wrong thing to say. End of flashback. Ranma sighed as he waited for the return of his fairy Navi. The little pixie had told him that she needed to take care of a few details. For some strange reason, she asked for a few of the rupees from his giant's wallet. Ranma didn't know what she was up to but gave them to her anyway. It had been 3 days since he'd seen her. He didn't worry too much though, due to the psychic bond they shared. He could sense Navi's presence, even if she happened to be a continent away. Ranma. I'm back. The fairy that only Ranma could see and hear fluttered her away through the open window. The martial artist sat up and greeted his diminutive companion. Hey Navi. Where have you been? I was getting worried. It's been days. I was taking care of some details. Like what? Well Ranma, if you're going to go by the name of Link Kintaro, then you'll need some proper identification and stuff like that. What do you mean? Well, according to what the Kokiri sprout had told me, you'd need some kind of documentation. Using the knowledge that the sprout had given me, I went over to some places that dealt with that sort of thing and used my magic to create a new identity for you. I had to visit several libraries and such, not to mention use a few mind-reading spells to get the right information, but I think I got everything done. I also learned how to use an interesting device called a computer. A few spells here and a few rupees there and well, you know. What's a computer? Well, it's a little complicated and I'll have to show it to you later. Ranma didn't like the idea of using deceit, but he couldn't really argue. He couldn't just tell people that his name was Ranma Sodom. To the rest of the world, Ranma Sodom had disappeared 6 years ago and was presumed dead. Furthermore, after learning about the arrangements with the Tenbos and the Kwanjis, it was best for him not to let on about his true identity. I guess that's okay Navi. You're only doing what you think is best for me. Yes. I really don't like lying either, but you can't just go telling people your real name. It would be too difficult to explain, not to mention too much trouble. I suppose. So now what? Tomorrow you start school. School? Dog, do I have to? Yes Ranma. You do need to learn how things have changed in the last 6 years and from what the Kokiri sprout had told me, you couldn't get by in this world without an education. Don't worry Ranma. I've taken care of all the details. You're registered to attend Furanken High with Akan and Nebiki starting tomorrow. How'd you manage to do that? When I started learning how to use the computer, I came across an interesting technique called what was it again? Oh yes, they called it hacking. It made things really easy. The following morning, "You're going to school with us?" Akan asked incredulously. Ranma nodded as he said, "Yes. I registered last week. Since I'm going to be staying here for a while, I may as well finish my education." Nebiki said nothing but was deep in thought. How did he get registered without me knowing it? It takes weeks for a guy to get registered. It's made even harder when the semester has already started. You're interesting, Link Kintaro. The three quietly made their way to the school. Unknown to the Tendo girls, Ranma's fairy hovered over his shoulder. Akan was still miffed at the fact that Ranma had brushed her off and decided not to talk to him. Did he think that she wasn't good enough? She was the best in Nirima and he had the nerve to imply that she was weak. Well, she'd get him to fight her if it killed him. He'd take her more seriously as a martial artist then. When they neared the school gates, Akan suddenly handed her bag off to Nebiki and started charging toward the school. At the same time, a huge crowd of boys suddenly appeared in front of her and the youngest daughter of Tendo began beating the living daylights out of them. "What's going on?" Ranma asked. "Oh, don't worry about it," Nebiki replied. "Akan goes through this every day. They have no mind. Huh? They just want to beat my sister in combat so they could go out with her." "Say what?" Ranma was still confused as he turned his attention toward the mob. Sure enough, as the boys attacked Akan, they were shouting out what appeared to be date proposals. "Akan, I love you. Please go out with me. Pick me. How about a date?" Akan responded to each proposal with nonverbal responses such as punches, kicks, throws and several applications of blunt and sharp objects, courtesy of her unwanted suitors. Ranma's expression took on a bewildered expression as he looked over his shoulder and spoke telepathically with Navi. "What's going on? Has the world really changed that much since I was gone? Now you have to beat up a girl to get a date? I have to admit, that's a new one." Navi replied. "The Dicatree Sprout never told me anything about this. Must be one of those strange customs he warned me about. Beat up the girl, then ask her out. Oh well, it's not like it's any of our business." Ranma began walking toward the school again, following Nebiki who had gone in earlier. "Ranma, aren't you going to help her?" The former Sodom looked over his shoulder at the Tendo girl and shrugged. "She doesn't look like she needs any help. Besides, after what Nebiki told me about why Akan's been giving me the cold shoulder, I get the feeling that she wouldn't appreciate me butting in. Even so, Ranma, I know you. You wouldn't leave something like this without getting involved. You're too much of a hero, you know." "I guess so." Ranma shook his head and smiled a bit before pivoting on one foot and leaping into the fray. At that time, a group of new transfer students were approaching the gates. Usagi, Minako, Rei, Ami and Makoto were discussing quietly as they approached Furanken High. During the summer, The 5 inner senshi had decided to all enroll in the same high school as it was much easier to respond to future Yuma attacks if they needed to get in contact with one another. In the past, with Rei going to a different school than the others, the sailor senshi were usually at a disadvantage whenever a crisis would emerge. With a lot of coaching for Usagi and Minako, the 5 part-time superheroines all managed to pass the entrance exams to be accepted at Furinkan. Luckily, the high school was close enough to Japan for ease of access. "Did you get any new readings from your computer, Ami?" Makoto asked. Ami shook her head as she replied, "No. I haven't detected any new anomalies since last week. However, we still have to keep a lookout for anything strange. Remember what Setsuna told us?" The others nodded as they thought back to Sailor Pluto's message. The Senshi of Time had visited them during the week and told them of a great, unknown force was in Japan. She didn't tell them exactly what it was, as she herself was unsure. It was also undetermined whether this force was either evil or good. She knew it had something to do with the Triforce, but until she had more information, she decided not to tell the inner senshi about Hyrule and its connection to the long-dead Moon Kingdom. She had already told Neptune and Uranus the same thing, and the inner and outer senshi were now taking turns patrolling the area, on the lookout for anything out of the ordinary. "Hey! Look at that!" Minako said as she pointed towards the front gate. Akan was getting quite a workout as she realized that the usual mob was attacking more fiercely than normal. She soon realized that she might have bitten off more than she could chew. They were getting closer and it would only be a minute or so before they would get through her defenses. She had gotten so used to the daily battles that she had fallen into a pattern and had not improved significantly since these fights began. The mob was starting to get through the relatively large holes in her woeful defense. They were getting too close for comfort and Akan was rapidly beginning to tire. One large bruiser was just about to blindside Akan when he was suddenly kicked in the side and was sent flying toward the front wall. Another of Akan's suitors was grabbed by the front of his school uniform before he was about to nail her in the back of her legs. He was tossed over to where the first boy landed like a rag doll. "Ranma, be careful. You are forgetting that you're a lot stronger than these boys. Don't worry, Navi. I won't hurt them. I'm just going to make things easier for Akan, that's all," Ranma assured as he continued to casually pick off Akan's attackers one by one. Akan was more than furious when she saw that Ranma was butting into her business. "Stay out of this. This is my fight." Ranma ignored her outburst as he dispatched the last of the mob with several combinations of kicks, feints and punches. As soon as the last boy was down, he saw that Navi was giving him the sign step back. He did so and evaded a roundhouse kick by the ungrateful Akan Tendo. "Hey! What was that for? Stay out of my fights, you stupid boys. Sheesh. Talk about being ungrateful. All I was doing was giving you a hand. I couldn't just stand by and let you get beaten up. I could have handled them myself. Yeah, right. And I suppose you just let that big guy get close enough to knock your head off. I saw him coming. Not likely. From what I saw, those boys were just about to overwhelm you and you were getting tired. Let me tell you, you really need to work on your defense. The only reason why you lasted this long was probably because they didn't fight as a team. I don't need your help. Ranma sighed as he shook his head in resignation. All right, Akan, suit yourself. I won't get involved in any more of your fights. But don't get mad at me when one of these boys beat you tomorrow. What an ingrate. You there. Both Ranma and Akan turned to where the new voice came from and saw a tall boy dressed in samurai clothes step out from behind a nearby tree. He appeared to about 17 or 18 and was carrying a wooden practice sword, a book in his right hand. You there, stranger. You seem awfully familiar with the beauteous Akan. Just who are you? Well, I'm... Hold. Huh? Is it not the custom to give one's own name first? Fine, then. Mine I will give. Ranma stood in confusion as the boy gave his introduction. Dark storm clouds began to form overhead. I am the undefeated captain of this school's kendo club, the rising new star of the high school fencing world. My name strikes fear in all those who hear it. My peers call me the Blue Thunder of Furankenhai. He raised his book into the heavens and a bolt of lightning peeled off in the distance. Tatewaki Kuno, age 17. What a show-off, Navi commented. In the school's main building, crowds of students had gathered near the open windows of the third and second floors. As they watched the scene below them, they began gossiping to each other. Blue Thunder? That's a new one. Last week he was calling himself the shooting star. Do you think that new guy has any chance against Kuno? On the other side of the schoolyard, the 5 girls who were Sailor Senshi also watched in fascination. Who is that guy? Makoto asked. What? You didn't hear his introduction? Usagi remarked. No, I mean the other guy. Makoto pointed toward Ranma. He was really great. Those were some cool martial arts moves. She sighed as she studied Ranma's well-defined physique. He looks just like my old senpai. The other girls gave a tired sigh as the tallest member of their group gazed with longing at yet another boy that reminded her of her old boyfriend. Minako did notice that the new boy was kind of cute though. Akan gave a disgusted sigh as she addressed the boy in the samurai robes. Oh Kuno, I don't have time for you. Yes, I'm afraid that we don't have time to talk right now. Ranma agreed. It's my first day, and I really don't want to be late. You will not pass, stranger, Kuno declared as he held out his book and, not until you tell me just what business you have in interfering with the lovely Akan's affairs. What? Do you mean that mob that attacked her for a date? Ranma asked with confusion. Listen here. I really don't know what's going on and frankly, it's none of my concern. In any case, I'm only staying at the Tendo home for a while and staying at the D&Dio's. under the same roof ASAKANES. I will not allow it. Kuno rushed forward and held his book in high, intent on splitting Ranma in half. Ranma, of course, saw the blow coming and dodged it by jumping back. Whoa! Navi, what's going on with this dope? Apparently, he seems a bit angry at the fact that you are living with Akan and her family. I can see that. Ranma leaned back to avoid a slash aimed at his head, then ducked under another. He then leaped back a few more steps to get some more fighting room. Kuno stopped to take a classic fighting stance as he prepared to assault Ranma again. Know this, you lowly girl. It has been decreed that only he who defeats the tigress Akan may be deemed to date with her. Only I, the great Tatewaki Kuno, am worthy enough to bask in the presence of the lovely Akan. By now, the inner senshi were more than confused at this development. Fight her to get a date. That's totally bogus, Makoto remarked. I guess it takes all kinds. Amy shrugged as she watched Ranma effortlessly dodge each of Kuno's strikes. Shouldn't we stop this? Ray said as she tensed up. Hold on a minute, Minako said as she saw that Ranma was tensing up, getting ready to strike. Let's see what happens. Ranma was more than a little steamed at the fact that someone was attacking him for no valid reason. Navi sensed his anger beginning to build and cautioned him. Ranma, control yourself. She was well aware that his Hylian strength could pulverize Kuno with one blow. Ranma took a deep breath as he took a stance. Okay, Navi. I'll do this quick. Die, you peasant. Kuno rushed forward to deliver a viscous blow to Ranma's head. Feel the wrath of the blue. Wham! The attack Kuno launched had never got off the ground. The Kendust was still standing, but he was slumped over and the wind was knocked out of him. His eyes were wide in shock and disbelief. His bookend fell from his hands and clattered to the pavement. Ranma was crouched low and his fist was extended into Kuno's solar plexus. A moment passed and then, Ranma stepped back, removing his fist from its position. He watched with a smile as Kuno whimpered and fell on his face. Sorry, Kuno. Ranma apologized with a smile. I saw an opening that was begging for me to attack. He shrugged. So I did. Akan stared wide-eyed at Ranma. So did the rest of Furanken High's student population. Wow! He took out Kuno with one shot. Awesome. Someone who could beat him better than Akan. I've never seen Kuno defeated so badly before. Way to go! Ranma calmly walked into the school. A moment later, Akan followed him. Wow! Did you see that? Makoto said with some excitement. That boy definitely had what it took to take care of himself. The fact that he was strong and cute also helped. Minako could only nod in silence as she watched Ranma's retreating form. In the Negaverse, Queen Beryl looked deep within her crystal ball as she searched for the mysterious power source that seemed to be emanating from deep within Tokyo. Unfortunately, with so much interference with the power being generated by the Sailor Senshi, the Imperium Silver Crystal and countless other magical and scientific sources, It was hard to pinpoint the power that Saffron was seeking. She then decided that the best way to find this power was to lure it into the open. Jadeite, Zoisite, Malachite. Front and center. The three Megaverse generals appeared before their mistress and bowed. Jadeite, the first of Beryl's agents, was only recently released from his crystal prison by Saffron. Unfortunately, the process had erased his most recent memories before he was frozen, and he no longer knew the secret identities of Sailor Moon, Mercury and Mars. "What do you wish of us, my queen?" Malachite asked. "I have a mission for the three of you. The power source I have been seeking is somewhere within the city of Tokyo. Unfortunately, since our absence, new magical sources have entered the surrounding area and are causing too much interference for me to pinpoint it. Furthermore, I have sensed that the Sailor Senshi have grown in power since our last battle with them, and their power is only adding to the mess. If there are new sources of energy, my queen, then why don't we use them in our plans to take over the universe?" Jadeite inquired. "Are you forgetting the hold that pompous Saffron has over us? His power is enormous and by far outstrips all of our abilities combined. Somehow, he had attained full godhood in a short period of time. It wouldn't matter how much energy we steal. It still wouldn't be enough against that strange power source he uses. No, Jadeite. To defeat Saffron and break free of his control, we must find a power that is equal to whatever he's using. I sense that the very thing Saffron is searching for is just what we need to put him in his place. So what do you suggest?" Zoisite asked. "The three of you will go to a section of Tokyo called Nirima and stir up some trouble. Despite the huge interference, I was able to narrow down the location of the power source to that general area. The strange energy will more than certainly react to such a disturbance. But what of the Sailor Senshi, my queen? Surely they would respond to such trouble as well." Malachite interjected. "All the better. I made the mistake of sending you three against them one at a time. With the three of you combined, you will surely be able to defeat those brats, despite their increased powers. If the power source shows up as well, then we will be killing two birds with one stone. Furthermore, this will be a good opportunity for you to drain some energy for the Megaverse. Nago." "Yes, my queen." The three generals vanished to do the bidding of their mistress. "Class, we have 6 new students here at Furinkan High. Please give a warm welcome to Link Kintaro, Makoto Kino, Minako Ino, Reihino, Ami Mizuno, and Usagi Tsukino." The teacher gestured to the 5 girls and 1 boy at the front of the class. They all gave a polite bow to the class before being shown to their seats. As Ranma sat down, he began to have a strange feeling about the 5 girls, and Navi also began to become agitated. "Navi, what's going on? I'm getting some really weird vibes from those girls. If I didn't know better, I'd swear that they had a lot of magic about them. I'm sensing it too. It's not just your basic background magic either. Somehow, it feels familiar. Ranma considered the 5 new girls, then made a mental note to check them out with the lens of truth later. He turned his attention to the teacher as class began. On one side of the room, Akan glared at Ranma as she was still angry at him for interfering with her fight. Just who did he think he was? She didn't need him to act like the hero. She could have taken care of that mob without his help. Well, she'd show him what a true martial artist was capable of when they got back home. Usagi and her friends settled down as the class started, and 3 of them stole glances at the new boy who was sitting near the rear of the room. That guy really reminds me of my old senpai. I wonder if I can get him to teach me some of those martial arts moves. Makoto smiled as she began to daydream. There's something odd about that guy. Just looking at him makes me feel all weird. Could he have something to do with the vision I saw? Ray shook her head as she concentrated on the lesson. Man, he is so cute. I wonder if he's got a girlfriend. Minako looked over to where Makoto was sitting and frowned as she recognized the look she was giving Ranma. Oh no. Not again. She probably thinks that he looks like her old senpai. Well, she's not going to get her hands on this one. He was of course focusing on the teacher as Usagi's mind drifted off to thoughts of donuts and wondering when the lunch bell would ring. New hour. Ranma smiled as he polished off his lunch as he sat beneath a tree near the baseball diamond. The morning had progressed without a hitch, except for 2 annoyances. One was Akan as she berated him after the first class for interfering with her fight. Then Kuno had attacked him for some nonsense about living under the same roof as the beauteous Akan. Ranma had easily dispatched him by tossing him out a 3rd-story window. Luckily for Kuno, Navi had informed Ranma that there was a pool down there before the former hero of time had thrown him. At the moment, he was mentally communicating with his fairy as he gazed up at the clouds in the sky. Well, aside from Kuno and Akan, this day hasn't been bad so far. Ranma nodded. Yeah, but I wish that classes weren't so dull. Navi shook her head. Sorry Ranma, but you do need to pay attention to the teachers. I almost had to resort to an anti-sleep spell to keep you from dozing off like that Usagi girl. Speaking of which, look over there. Navi looked in the direction that her bond partner indicated and saw the 5 girls quietly chatting at a nearby bench. Once again, Navi used her magical senses to probe each of the girls. Ranma, do you still have the lens of truth? Sure. I was going to check them out with it later. You might as well use it now. Just keep it on low-level power. There's something really familiar about the energy signatures of those girls. Ranma nodded as he looked around and saw that no one was close by. He silently called forth the magical detection device and then moved around the tree so that Usagi and the others wouldn't see him. He then peered through the glass. His eyes widened as he saw huge amounts of magical power quietly slumbering within each of the girls. He noted that each girl's aura was differently colored. Makoto's was a bright forest green. Minako's was a brilliant amber color. Rei's was a fierce red while Ami's was a gentle light blue. Usagi's was a white that had silver flecks in it. Ranma couldn't make sense of it. Just who were these girls? Navi simply continued to stare at the girls and quietly thought to herself, "No, it can't be. After 2,000 years. Navi, do you know anything about this?" Navi considered her answer, then decided that she needed more time to consider. "I have a hunch, but until I get more information, I can't tell you for sure. Sorry." Ranma wondered why his fairy was getting so secretive, then decided that Navi would tell him when she was ready to. For the rest of the day, Ranma was either being yelled at by Akan or attacked by Kuno. His classes were downright boring, and it was only due to Navi's constant prodding that he stayed awake and took notes. Throughout the day, he wished that something would come up and break up his boredom. The end of the school day. The other students were just starting to leave the schoolyard when suddenly, a gigantic ball of light appeared over the sky and then descended toward an area a few blocks from the school. Everyone looked toward where the ball had landed. Everyone wondered what was going on. One person in particular got a very bad feeling about it. "Navi, I don't like the looks of that." The fairy bobbed up and down in agreement. "I sense great evil in that direction. I also detect high amounts of dark energies. Something big is happening." Ranma smiled as steeled himself for the inevitable conflict that he couldn't ignore. After saving the world of Hyrule and rescuing the Amazons from Saffron's dragon, he had the hero addiction in his blood. He craved the excitement, and helping others always left him with a warm feeling inside of him. The heroic nature within him made him feel like a man among men. Little did he know that he had become what his mother always wanted of him. As he gave a nod to Navi, he rushed off in the direction of the disturbance. In another area of Tokyo, a blue-haired girl's mini-computer gave off a shrilling alarm. Ami and Usagi were just about to separate and head for home when it went off. The other three girls had already left for their homes. Looking around to make sure that no one was watching, they ducked into a nearby alley. Ami pulled out her computer and began to take readings. "What is it, Ami?" "It's a high-energy reading like nothing we've ever encountered before, but it's definitely of Negaverse origin." "Usagi." Both girls looked down and saw Luna, one of their talking guardian cats, running up to them. "Luna, what are you doing here?" Sarah asked. "I just got a call from Artemis. He also picked up the sudden explosion of Negaverse energy. He's already contacting the others, so you two better transform and meet the others near the park in Nirima." "Right," both girls said as they took out their transformation wands. In locations near the district of Nirima, the other three Sailor Scouts were also bringing out their transformation pens. In an instant, the 5 Sailor Sweet Warriors of Justice called out their transformation phrases. "Mars power. Make up. Jupiter power. Make up. Venus power. Make up. Mercury power. Make up. Moon crystal power. Make up." The 5 girls were instantly surrounded with their respective energies and were transformed into their super-powered alter egos. After the transformations were completed, the five rushed off toward the direction of the evil. A little further away, a tall boy by the name of Monrochiba also sensed that something was happening. Something that involved Sailor Moon. Without a second thought, he dropped whatever he was doing and began running toward the disturbance. Somewhere along the way, he transformed into his disguise of Tuxedo Kamen. At the home of Usagi Tsukino, little Rini saw that this was the time for action. Even though she was still only a sailor senshi in training, she knew that she could be of help. Taking out her own transformation wand, she uttered her transformation phrase, Moon Prism Power. Make up. As Ranma neared the place where the evil power was being emitted, Navi began to glow even brighter. Ranma, I just detected 7 new energy sources that just powered up. Where are they? I don't know where they came from, Ranma. Too much interference from that first power source that we detected. But I do know that they're heading to where we are going. Are they evil? Navi paused for a moment, then responded. No. They don't have the taint of darkness within them. They might be of some help to us. Right. Hold on a minute. Ranma suddenly stopped and began focusing the inner magical energies within him. Ranma, what are you doing? Just making up a warp point in case I need it. A green shaft of light suddenly surrounded Ranma as he called out his spell. Faro's wind. A small, green globe of light was formed and Ranma then directed it to a small niche in a nearby alley that was deserted. He then continued on with his run toward the disturbance. Near the center of the park, the 3 Megaverse generals were having the time of their lives. The Yuma was one of the most powerful they had ever created and was sucking much of the life energies from the crowds of people that were present. Children who were at the playgrounds. Joggers who were out running. Senior citizens who had come to relax. Everyone who was there was designated a target to the monster that the 3 minions of Beryl had created. The monster was over 20 feet tall and it had a 5, snake-like head sprouting from its upper torso. The body was basically humanoid but was covered in thick green scales. It also had a large tail that had many sharp spikes protruding from its tip. Its arms were as thick as small tree trunks and it had deadly, 4-fingered claws that displayed 2 sets of wicked-looking talons. The serpentine heads were each differently colored and had their own special attack. The red-colored one spat out bouts of fire. The blue one emitted a freezing mist that froze anything within a block of ice. The green one spat out steaming acid. The white head belched out lightning bolts. The largest head, however, was situated in the center of the writhing mass and was colored black and seemed to direct the actions of the other 4. As the monster steadily attacked the screaming crowds, the 3 generals hovered above the chaos and laughed. In each of their outstretched arms, they had a large, glowing orb which was systematically draining the people's energies that was being generated from their fear. The beast was very careful in not letting the masses get too far away, keeping them within the confines of the park and scaring them even further. Good work, Headmaster! Jedi exclaimed as he and his cohorts continued to drain the masses. I have to admit, Zoiside added. Pooling our powers together to create Headmaster wasn't a bad idea. If the Sailor Senshi do show up, then they won't stand a chance against him. Says you. A voice cried out. The three generals turned toward the direction of the newcomers and smiled too as they saw who it was. The beast also turned to see whom it was and in doing so, forgot about the people it was terrorizing. The frightened masses needed no encouragement as they began fleeing from the park. Ranma had just gotten to the edge of the park when he caught sight of the monster. He was just about to trigger his transformation when he also saw the newcomers. His eyes widened as he saw 5 teenage girls, dressed in elaborate fuku outfits and were facing off against the instigators of the chaos. Navi. Who are they? Well, according to what I learned from reading newspapers in the libraries I visited, and also from seeing a few of the native fairies and imps of this world, those are the Sailor Senshi. Sailor Senshi? What's a Sailor Senshi? Oh, that's right. You don't know about them since you have been gone from Earth for 6 years. Basically, these girls are like you. They're champions of justice and defenders of the weak. Sound familiar? In any case, they happen to be Earth's protectors against ancient recurring evil. Navi then paused as she took a deeper look at them. Wait a second. Ranma. Take out the lens of truth and look at them on low power. Ranma did so and looked through the glass. His eyes widened as he saw the exact same auras on the Sailor Senshi as he did with Usagi and her friends. By the great Kokiri. Usagi and her friends are really the Sailor Senshi. Yes, I thought their auras seemed familiar. They are from the Moon Kingdom. Huh? What's the Moon Kingdom? I'll explain it all later. For now, I think your assistance may not be necessary. Just sit back and watch. Ranma decided to do just that. So we meet again. Malachite declared as he and the other 2 servants of Beryl faced their old enemies. That's right, Negatrash. I'm Sailor Mars. Sailor Mars said as she and the others began taking poses. You and Beryl may have returned, but you won't be staying for long. So says Sailor Mercury. Mercury added, you 3 are going down and you're going down hard. Sailor Venus promises you that. Venus chimed in, get ready for some serious trouble. Courtesy of Sailor Jupiter. Jupiter said, how dare you frighten innocent people to fulfill your evil intents? I don't know how you 3 came back, but Sailor Moon will see to it that you pay for your dark deeds. In the name of the moon, we shall punish you. Sailor SNSHI. They all said at once, taking a group pose. A large sweat drop formed behind Ranma's head. Are these people for real? I believe they are Ranma. It's another thing I learned while researching this world. Something they call genre. Well, this time, we will win. Jedi remarked as he turned to the headmaster. Headmaster, destroy the Sailor Scouts. Yes. The 5 heads responded simultaneously. The beast roared as it began spitting out a barrage of lethal energies and projectiles at its foes. The scouts had to scatter in order to avoid the blasts of fire, ice, acid and lightning. The park soon became ravaged as trees were set ablaze and the ground was littered with huge craters and sheets of ice. Stand clear, guys. I'm going to give this group a session in shock therapy. Sailor Jupiter shouted as she stood in a wide-legged stance and began focusing her energies. A small antenna appeared from her tiara and huge amounts of lightning came thundering down toward her. She then concentrated the electricity into one hand and then chucks it at the monster. Sparkling wide pressure. The blast of electricity was then directed at the headmaster. The monster swerved to the side, but wasn't fast enough and the head that spat out acid was severed off. The beast roared in pain at the loss of one of its heads, but the Senshi weren't finished yet. Sailor Venus and Sailor Mars followed through with their own attacks. Venus Crescent Beam Shower. Mars Flame Sniper. The double attack of the arrow and energy beams cut off two more heads and the monster was only left with the one that shoots out an icy mist and the main one. Sailor Moon. I'll give you some cover while you use your scepter to take out the last two. Sailor Mercury cried as she concentrated her power. Sailor Moon nodded as she prepared the Moon Scepter. SHABON spray. Unfortunately, Headmaster was not in the mood to lose any more of its heads, as the black head suddenly opened its mouth and let out a piercing wail. The Senshi screamed out in agony as the sound drove them to their knees and began to disrupt their equilibrium. The blue head took this opportunity to let loose with a huge blast of mist that covered the scouts and when it disappeared, they all found themselves encased in a thick slabs of ice. Even Sailor Mars wasn't able to conjure up enough heat to melt herself free. The three generals laughed as Malachite ordered their monster to finish them off. Headmaster roared as he began advancing on the now powerless scouts. Navi. They're in trouble. We've got to help them. The fairy was just about to agree when she saw something appear on the rooftop of a nearby building. Correction, she saw someone appear. The newcomer was wearing a tuxedo, top hat and cape. Before either Ranma or Navi could respond, the stranger reached into his cape and threw a barrage of projectiles at the two-headed horror. Headmaster was about to let out a wail that would shatter the ice formation into ice cubes, along with the sailor scouts when something sharp pierced one of the eyes in its black-colored head. It let out a cry of pain as a rose was seen protruding from its damaged eye. This alerted the three generals to look up. At the same time, several other roses were striking the ice around where Sailor Moon was held captive. The ice cracked and then broke apart. The blonde girl with the very long pigtails found herself free of her icy prison and she shivered from the cold. She gazed upward to see her savior. "This is your chance, Sailor Moon," Tuxedo Mask cried out. "Take down this abomination." "You bet." She took out her scepter and began powering it up. After a very elaborate set of motions, she held up her wand and poses on her knees. Moon Spiral Heart Attack. The blasts of glittery streams and hearts struck into the monster and followed by a gigantic heart. The body crumbled away into a pile of dust. The severed heads on the ground also crumbled away into smaller piles and the mystic ice that was holding the other Senshi prisoner disappeared. The Senshi wasted no time in regrouping, and they were all facing off against the three Megaverse fiends. "You three mega creeps are next," Sailor Moon shouted out. From behind hedges, Ranma turned to his fairy and said, "I guess you were right, Navi. They don't need my help." From his throne room on Mount Phoenix, Saffron snorted in disgust as he watched the events in Miramar, by way of a mystic viewing portal. How pathetic. Even though I had increased their powers after I restored them, those three idiots still can't beat a bunch of bratty girls and some overdressed interloper. "But my lord," Kiyama protested, "those are the Sailor Senshi. They had great power as well as some formidable allies. But, compared to the power that enabled me to achieve my godhood early, their abilities are nothing to me. However, I do sense that the one that I am looking for is close. I will see his true power for myself. If I am correct, then obtaining that energy will elevate my position even further. Why should I settle for just ruling one paltry planet? What are your plans, Master?" Those three had the right idea about stirring up some trouble to draw out the one I seek. However, they do not have sufficient power to carry it out. Let us see what would happen if I were to raise the stakes. Saffron then sent a blast of energy through the viewing portal. The Sailor Senshi were about to launch an attack against the three Megaverse servants when another blast of energy, much larger than the first, came shooting down from the heavens. The Senshi, the three generals and all those who were watching the battle, had to shield their eyes from the blinding flash. When the light faded away, the five heroines and their formally dressed savior were shocked to see that Headmaster had been reformed. The three stumps on its shoulders began to glow. Suddenly, the stumps exploded, sprouting out new heads to replace the ones that had been cut in the battle. What was even more disturbing was that the piles of dust around the area had also reformed into the severed pieces. Each piece instantly grew a new body from their necks, and when they got to their feet, regenerated four new heads to match that of the first one. The Sailor Scouts gasped as they found themselves facing off against not one multi-headed creature, but four of them. What was even dire was the fact that each monster then grew to twice the height of the original. Before the girls or Tuxedo Common could react, the four demons began letting loose with withering barrages of fire, ice, acid, lightning and sonic wails. The Scouts found themselves in a bad situation. They were still recovering from the original Headmaster's assault and were in no condition to face off against four copies of itself. Worse yet was the fact that each monster was twice as powerful than the first one. "What's happening?" Jedi asked. The other two generals were also confused as to what had occurred. After seeing the destruction of their creation, they had braced themselves for a battle with their enemies. However, something or someone had resurrected their demon and duplicated it, making each copy more powerful than the first. As of now, the Headmasters were pushing back the Sailor Senshi and Tuxedo Common, causing severe injury to them as they assaulted them. The three minions of Queen Beryl didn't know who had just pulled their fat out of the fire, but they weren't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. As they watched the beasts inflict heavy damage to their foes, the three decided to add to the mayhem. They began shooting out blasts of evil energies at the Senshi, causing them to scream out as several hit home. Sailor Mars was the first to go down as she tried to dodge out of the way of a fire attack from one of the Yuma. Unfortunately, this put her directly in the sights of Malachite, who released a blast of black energy at her. The attack struck her on the back and she was driven to the ground. She landed heavily on her belly and was barely moving as one of the headmasters advanced on her. Mercury and Jupiter were also struck down by twin attacks from Jadeite and Zoisite as they barely evaded a blast of acid from an attacking Yuma. Tuxedo Common bravely tried to shield Sailor Moon from the wail of one of the other monsters, but both he and the leader of the scouts went down. Despite the protection that their transformed states were giving them, the Sailor Scouts were taking a horrible beating. All three generals laughed as they hovered above their creations and began powering up their energies for one final and lethal barrage. The four headmasters lined up in front of them and also prepared to let loose at full strength. Hold it! The three generals and their minions stopped when they heard the voice. They all looked to one side and saw two figures standing back to each other and giving them looks of disgust. "Who are you?" Malachite asked. The tall blonde that looked very mannish and could be mistaken for a boy if one did not look below the neckline, smiled as she replied, "That's right. We haven't met. Invited by a new age. I am magnificent Sailor Uranus." The girl beside her with sea green hair also smirked as she said, "Also invited by a new age. I am Sailor Neptune. Don't forget about me." Everyone then looked over to where the squeaky, high-pitched came from and the inner senshi moaned a bit when they recognized it. Little Sawyer Chibimon came running up to the opposite side of the battle scene and then quickly took a pose. "I am the Sailor of Love and Justice in training. Sailor Chibimon. In the name of the future moon, I will punish you." Ranma and Navi sweat dropped. Navi, they can't be for real. Navi could only shrug as Neptune and Uranus leapt into the attack. Worlds shaking. Deep submerge. The twin attacks of energy and water came blasting towards the monsters like an earthquake and tidal wave simultaneously. However, just as the attacks were about to strike, an invisible barrier suddenly stopped Uranus and Neptune's blasts. The two outer senshi gasped as they saw their energies dissipate into nothingness. On Mount Phoenix, Kiyama looked at the viewing port and remarked to her master, "My lord, you interfered." "Indeed," Saffron replied. "I wish to see the power that I sense is nearby, and it wouldn't do for these new interlopers to stop me from getting what I want." The god of Phoenix Mountain then sent another blast of Eldritch magic through the portal. At the battle scene, Uranus and Neptune were getting set up for another attack, when the heavens opened up and twin bolts of black magic came streaking down to strike them. Both outer senshi screamed out in agony as they felt their energy being brutally drained away. The unexpected attack drove them to their knees as their uniforms were burned and ripped by the black energy, which seemed alive. When it finally faded, the two Senshi were just barely conscious and too weak to move. Chibimum cried out as she saw the two others get struck down. She then realized that she was the only Senshi still standing as the Negaverse generals got over their surprise and turned their attention toward her. "Well, now, what do we act here?" Jedi said with an evil grin as he slowly began to approach the little girl. "Stay back. I'm warning you." Chibimum held up her little wand. Jedi shrugged as he stood 12 feet from her and said, "Well, come on. Give me your best shot." Pink sugar heart attack. The line of hearts came rushing out of the wand's head, but fell short at Jedi's feet. The Dark General snickered as he held up a hand that glowed with energy. So this is what the mighty Sailor Senshi had been reduced to. All their hopes are now pinned on a girl whose attack is not only amusing, but absolutely pathetic. Ranma had seen enough. "Navi, it's hero time." "You bet, Ranma." To the martial artist's surprise, Navi intentionally dropped her camouflage spell, which made her visible to human eyes. She then began flying in a circle around her bond partner and said, "Ranma, since our last use of the Triforce of Courage, I have cast a few new spells and made several changes and improvements to help you. Raise your fist high and say, Triforce Transformation." "Hurry, Ranma. There's no time to explain." Ranma nodded as he raised his fist and shouted out from his hiding place, "Triforce Transformation." The Triforce of Courage appeared and floated free from the back of Ranma's fist. It then grew to a huge size and began rotating. It then enveloped the hero of Hyrule in a nimbus of light and color as Ranma felt himself float in midair. He felt his body become stronger as it was being imbued with the sheer power of the artifact. His skin became paler and his ears elongated to become more blonde. His face became more angular and his hair became a golden mane. His clothes shifted into his Kokiri garb, and that was when Ranma noticed that they were not the usual style that he wore. The tunic had smother lines and seemed to fit over his chest like a second skin, displaying every muscle and their definition. The shoulders now sported stylish epaulets. His breeches were much more rugged looking and his boots were more like a swashbuckler's. They were sleeker and the cuffed tops were embroidered with the symbols of the Triforce. Ranma noted that his tunic also had the symbol of the Triforce emblazoned on the left side of his chest, just above his heart. The material that his tunic and breeches were made out of felt more comfortable and were sturdier. Ranma could sense that Navi had placed several protective enchantments on them. The golden gauntlets, which enabled him to lift monoliths on Hyrule, appeared on each of his arms. Ranma could feel their power surging through his limbs. He could also feel even stronger as the Triforce of Courage increased his body's potential to its limit. The bigger sword appeared on his back, along with the Hylian shield. When the transformation completed itself, Ranma landed and looked down at himself. He saw that he had gained 3 inches in height and felt more powerful than ever before. The Triforce of Courage had not just transformed him into his Hylian form, but had totally merged with him, increasing his physical and magical abilities dramatically. He made a quick inventory of the weapons and equipment in subspace and discovered that they too had been enhanced. Whoa! That was some rush. Hurrah, Ranma! Navi said as she led the way. Yay! Chibimon. Sailor Moon was still in pain as she managed to get to a standing position to catch the Sailor Senshi in training as she was dealt a vice to his backhand by Jedi. She and the others looked up at their imminent destruction. Zoisite, Jedi and Malachite were almost ready to kill their longtime foes. As they were the bad guys, they just couldn't help but gloat. So now then, Sailor Scouts. Malachite sneered. You were a thorn in the Negaverse's side for too long, but we have won. Zoisite added. Prepare for oblivion. Jedi finished as he and his companions finished powering up. They threw their hands forward and let loose a combined blast of dark energies that would have leveled Tokyo. The headmasters also let loose their attack and the energies combined to form a huge beam of black light that seemed to engulf everything in its path like a black hole. Trees were smashed into splinters in its wake before they were sucked in. The grass was turned into black wisps as the ground was stripped bare. The Senshi could do nothing but brace themselves for the end. In the time stream, Pluto was horrified to see that the Sailor Senshi were about to be destroyed. She was ready to come to their aid, when she once again saw the symbol of the Triforce. Arrow of Light. The Senshi and Tuxedo Kamen perked up at the new voice and saw something shoot out from a grove of trees behind them. They saw a small beam of light that was the purest gold, speed past them and impact into the black beam. It then let off a huge blast of light that resembled a solar flare. For the second time that day, the participants of the battle had to shield their eyes. The dark energies struggled to overcome the brilliance the arrow had caused, but it was a losing battle. The light arrow spell was gift from the sages of Hyrule, and its power against foes was at its greatest when they drew strength from evil and darkness. You didn't have to be a genius to figure out that the Negaverse counted as a source of dark power. Its might was further enhanced by the Triforce of Courage. The 3 generals watched in shock as a single arrow blasted through their attack and consumed the evil within it. The beam fizzled out into nothingness, unable to stand up against the overwhelming power contained within the projectile. Although its light energies faded away after the beam dispersed, the arrow kept on going with no drop in its speed. It shot into and through one of the heads of the demons, causing it to scream in pain. The minions of Beryl, the Sailor Senshi and Tuxedo Kamen looked to see who had stopped the execution. Their eyes widened as they saw someone emerge from the grove and into the light of the setting Sunday. Who are you? Jedi demanded, and he and his companions backed off a bit. The Sailor Senshi and Tuxedo Kamen also wanted to know who had just saved them. They also noticed something floating near the stranger's right shoulder. It looked like a ball of white light, but it had wings protruding from its surface that resembled a dragonfly's. Sailor Mars was shocked beyond belief as she stared at their savior. "It's him. The one I saw in my vision." Ranma smiled as he made his fairy bow disappear and reached for the bigger sword. He unsheathed the huge weapon and took a stance. "I'm he who defends the innocent. I am the champion of light and justice. I am he who has been called the hero of Hyrule." The blade of his sword caught the last rays of the setting sun as Ranma readied to do battle. He swung the sword in a graceful arc and took a dramatic pose. "I am the Hyrule Knight." "Navi, do I really have to say this stuff? This sounds so corny and I feel stupid." Remember Ranma. It's genre. All the heroes of this world have to make a flashy entrance. They do it all the time in those manga magazines I've read. "Navi, when this is all over, we're going to have a long talk." On Phoenix Mountain, a certain being who had just recently became a god, smiled as he watched the events in Japan unfold through his viewing portal. On the back of his right hand, a symbol glowed in response to the Triforce of Courage. It was similar in design to the one Ranma carried, except the top triangle was solid while the bottom two were line patterns. To be continued. Author's notes: this is probably the biggest overhaul that I had made to the Legend of Ranma, as I had now included the outer senshi and made the inner senshi go to Furanken High. The next chapters will have even more changes to it as I continue the adventures of the Hyrule Knight. Chapter 5 Chapter 4 Japan's newest superhero, The Legend of Ranma and Sailor Moon. Not mine. Fan fiction. Don't sue. That's all. Thoughts? Telepathic communication. Chapter 4 Japan's newest superhero. Get that camera focused on that guy. A television reporter screamed to his cameraman as the news crew arrived at the scene of the chaos that was occurring in the park. A couple of other camera crews had already gotten to the scene and were busy filming the battle between Japan's newest costumed adventurer and the forces of the Negaverse. A large crowd had also formed to witness the event. What had begun as a quiet afternoon had erupted into a spectacular fight with 5 hideous monsters and a certain hero with blonde ears. The appearance of the famous Sailor Senshi was a big story in itself, but when it appeared that they were about to be destroyed, this newcomer had come from out of nowhere and saved the Senshi and their life from certain destruction. Now, with the 7 girls and Tuxedo coming to injured to help, the former hero of time, now calling himself the Hyrule Knight, was taking on 5 gigantic humans and their masters head-on. "Hyrule Knight, watch out!" Navi cried out as one of the headmasters crept up from behind and let loose a full barrage of fire, icy mists, acid, lightning and sonic blasts. Ranma nimbly dodged the volley and then leapt up at another headmaster. With a swing of the bigger sword, he lopped off 2 of its heads. The beast howled in pain as it swung one of its claws at Ranma. The martial arts highly evaded the blow and then stabbed the 3-foot blade into its forearm, causing more pain. At the same time, one of the other headmasters came charging in on one side. "Oh no you don't. Navi cried out as she sped out and stopped in its path. She then concentrated her energies and released a large ball of bright light. The monster screamed as it was blinded by the sudden burst of luminescence. It stopped in its tracks and shut its 5 pairs of eyes. Ranma decided to take advantage of this and put away his sword for a moment. He called forth his fairy bow and launched an arrow. The arrow began to glow with a bright blue light that shot off small sparks from its tip. The Yuma that he had been battling charged at him, and that was when he let his projectile fly. Ice arrow. Sailor Mercury watched with fascination as the projectile streaked toward the beast. It looked like the opposite to Sailor Mars' flame sniper attack. The ice arrow flew straight and true, impacting hard on the headmaster's chest. Normally, its freezing magic was only good enough against smaller targets, not opponents that were 40 feet tall. However, with the Triforce of Courage augmenting it, the arrow had more than enough power to do the job. The Yuma glowed with a blue light and suddenly found its body encased in ice. The unexpected drop in temperature took it by surprise, and when it remembered that it had a head that could breathe fire, it was too late. The red-colored jaws were frozen shut. Worse yet was the fact that it was still going forward, unable to stop. The transformed Ranma noted this and leapt over his frozen foe. When he landed, he turned around and called forth the long shot. He pressed the trigger and the weapon shot out its harpoon and chain. The chain shot past the ice-encased headmaster, and its blonde tip pierced into the chest of the one that Navi had blinded. The beast screamed out when it felt something sharp pierce its torso. It blindly grabbed onto the chain, hoping to pull it out, but then Ranma gave it another surprise. As soon as the metal point hit the headmaster, Ranma's normal boots were exchanged for the iron boots. Because of their greater density, the metal-shod footwear was far heavier on Earth than on Hyrule, and served to keep him on the ground. With the golden gauntlets augmenting his strength, plus the reeling mechanism of the long shot, the Hyrule Knight yanked hard on the chain. The headmaster went flying forward and ended up crashing into its frozen companion. The other headmaster's body had been made brittle from the mystic ice, and the impact caused it to shatter into a pile of ice cubes and bloody body parts. "Wow! Nice move," Sailor Venus commented as the other Senshi and Tuxedo come and watched from the sidelines. The earlier battle had taken away much of their energies, and they were too injured to be of any help to their savior. Sailor Neptune and Uranus were just barely conscious after Saffron had sapped them of their strength. Chibimun was out from Jadite's back end. All they could do was watch as the Hyrule Knight began whittling down the creations of the Negaverse. Returning the long shot and the iron boots to their places in subspace, Ranma charged at the still blind headmaster and took out his sword again. It was then that he noticed that the two heads that he had chopped off earlier were regenerating into smaller, 7-foot-tall versions of the larger Yuma. He also saw that the shattered fragments of the one he froze were also becoming animated as well. Hyrule Knight. Navi cried out as she flew to where Ranma was being surrounded. Don't cut those monsters up. The pieces will just grow more of them. Then I'm just going to have to make sure that there isn't anything left for them to grow back. The former Kokiri crouched down and began focusing his energies into the huge blade. The monstrous beings began converging on him from all sides, hoping to overwhelm him by sheer numbers. The 20 or so monsters were almost on top of him when Ranma's blade started to glow with a bright orange-red color. Spin attack. The Hyrule Knight spun his sword in a wide circle, releasing a huge wave of energy that surrounded him. The many headmasters were caught in the blast and were reduced to piles of blackened ash. Ranma then turned his attention toward the remaining Yuma. That was cool, Sailor Jupiter exclaimed. Hey! That guy looks just like my old senpai. The rest of the scouts moaned as Sailor Mars replied to her comrade's observation. Now you've got to be kidding. There's no way he could look like your old boyfriend. Why not? Because he's got blonde ears. So? What does that have to do with it? Sailor Mars would have face-faulted if she weren't so injured. Ranma displayed incredible agility as he dodged the creatures and their attacks. The remaining 3 headmasters threw everything at him, but they couldn't lock onto him. The 3 generals were also displeased that this newcomer was making them look like fools. All of you, get him! Jedi screamed. 2 of the headmasters charged in on both sides, trying to catch the Hyrule Knight between them. At the same time, Malachite and Zoisite were letting loose with barrage of dark energies at him. Ranma was forced to put up his Hylian shield to block the bolts as the monsters closed in on him. Look out, Hyrule Knight! Navi cried, as the multi-headed horrors were about to converge on him. Ranma waited until they were almost on top of him, then slammed upon to the ground. Kin's fire! A huge hemisphere of mystic fire magic erupted from the ground and caught the 2 headmasters in the blast. The Yuma screamed in agony as they were charred to cinders by the massive amounts of heat. The energies that were released by the 2 Negaverse generals only served to augment the already enhanced fire spell. When the fireball died down, the Hyrule Knight stood at the center of a 60-foot crater of scorched earth. All 3 servants of Beryl sweated hard as they saw that Ranma had nary a scratch on him. The last headmaster was also cowed as it realized that its comrades were nothing more than unrecognizable piles of ash. In fact, it was so paralyzed with fear that it made no move as Ranma leapt up high to finish it off. As he reached the apex of his jump, he called forth the Mageddon Hammer. Using the bigger sword to cut it to pieces was not a good idea, so Ranma opted for the mighty weapon of the Gorons. The headmaster's eyes, all 10 of them, widened as it saw the hero of Hyrule descend down toward it like an avenging angel. Mageddon Hammer Strike. Now it was rumored that the Mageddon Hammer was powerful enough to almost move a mountain with a single blow. It was certainly strong enough to kill the Dragon Volvagia. However, when the Triforce of Courage augments that self-same weapon, the results are quite devastating. THOM. The head of the hammer struck the middle head and the monster was driven deep into the ground like a tent stake. Uranus had to whistle at the attack, which made her world shaking look like a minor tremor. The sound of its impact was heard throughout Tokyo, and the entire island shook as if it was subjected to a small earthquake. The headmaster was more than a little dazed at the impact. Ranma took this opportunity as he leapt away and took out his fairy bow again. He quickly launched 5 arrows and began infusing them with the red energy. Taking careful aim at each of the headmaster's noggins, he let the arrows fly. Fire arrow barrage. The headmaster screamed as 5 searing projectiles struck each of its heads and caused them to explode into pieces so small that they couldn't possibly regenerate. With the Triforce of Courage enhancing their destructive capabilities, the arrows went off like miniature Din's fire spells. The heat of the energies also cauterized the stumps, preventing them from sprouting new heads. Sailor Mars was flabbergasted. She could never fire off that many arrows in such rapid succession. The now decapitated body was still unable to free itself from its position in the ground as Ranma launched another arrow and began focusing his power into it. Another fire arrow reduced the last Yuma into a smoking ruin. He then drew his sword and faced off against 3 minions of Beryl who had been hovering above his battle with the headmasters. Navi floated to his side as Ranma shouted, "Halt! You're next." Jedi, Malachite and Zoisite were little more than shocked to see their forces so easily defeated by one man and a fairy. They knew the penalty of returning to Beryl in defeat and began releasing bolts of evil energies at him, trying to blast him into oblivion. Ranma once again dodged with ease and deflected some of the blasts with his shield. Ranma, they have a bit of an advantage in the air. It's time to use the hover boots. But Navi, they only allow me to float in the air for a few steps. They certainly can't let me fly. With the Triforce of Courage they can. You mean? With the new spells I've added and the Triforce of Courage fully integrated with you, there's no reason why you can't. Ranma smiled as he silently called forth the hover boots. He then took the mighty leap toward one of his adversaries. Jedi tired to float out of the way, but was very surprised when the Hyrule Knight hovered in the air and began raining martial arts maneuvers on him. Punches and kicks were thrown in rapid succession and Jedi had to raise his telekinetic shield block. With his augmented strength, the impacts of Ranma's blows echoed like thunder. Cracks in his shield began to show as Ranma continued his assault. "Incredible," Sailor Mercury commented as she activated her visor. However, the high-tech scanning device was unable to determine anything about their unknown rescuer. The Triforce of Courage was radiating so much power, on so many levels, and all she got was static. One thing for certain, whoever this person was, he was in possession of some serious power. It may well be that his power might be even more potent than the silver Imperium crystal. What I'd like to know is where I can get a pair of those boots, Sailor Jupiter said. Before Ranma could break the Jedi's shield, Navi warned him to get out of the way. Ranma shot upward, just barely evading Zoisite and Malachite's double assault as they sent more power blasts at him. Jedi, however, was not as fortunate. He took the full brunt of the intended ambush, which shattered his weakened barrier and caused him to scream out. His body was subjected to massive amounts of pain as his comrades' energies flowed through him. The two other generals gasped in shock as they saw they had missed their target. They then heard a shout from above them and looked up. Light arrow barrage. 3 streaks of golden light came streaking down toward them. The 3 generals were temporarily blinded by the intense luminescence of the arrows and were unable to move for a split second. That was all the time the projectiles needed as they struck their targets. Zoisite screamed as an arrow struck her on the right shoulder. Malachite's chest was pierced and Jedi, who already in pain from the first attack, was hit in the gut. The 3 arrows released their payloads of magical power as each began draining the dark, evil power within their targets. The 3 evil servants of the Queen of the Negaverse writhed in the air for a moment before plummeting to the ground. They managed to land on their feet but found themselves paralyzed from the power contained within the arrows. Ranma floated back down to land between his 3 opponents and the sailor scouts. Navi came to his side. Ranma, you are getting low on your own personal stores of magic. Even though the Triforce of Courage is boosting everything, you do need time to recharge. Ranma nodded. He had begun to feel his own personal reserves of magic being depleted as the battle raged on. Even though he could just simply take out his bottle of magic replenishing potion, he didn't want anyone to know about it. That potion was to be used as a last resort. The arrows he fired would not hold the 3 villains forever and they still possessed a lot of power. He needed to finish them off fast. It was then that Navi began fluttering around Sailor Moon and pointed at her tiara. Ranma, I sense something here that you can use to take those 3 out all at once. What do you mean, Navi? Ranma was confused, then smiled as Navi telepathically showed him what she had discovered. He then bent down and plucked the tiara off Sailor Moon's head. Excuse me. Mind if I borrow this? Huh? But it doesn't work anymore. Sailor Moon had stopped using her tiara attack when it had failed her several times. The power contained within the headpiece was low and didn't have the force necessary to deal with the ever stronger opponents the scouts faced each time. As of now, it only had a residual amount of power left. Ranma simply smiled as he silently called forth an item that had been one of his main weapons as a child. With Navi donating some of her energies and using the Triforce of Courage, Ranma merged the 2 items together. The tiara glowed with renewed power. The sailor Senshi and Tuxedo Mask watched in awe as Navi guiding him through the correct motions. The Hyrule Knight felt pretty silly doing a pirouette, but as Navi had said, it was genre. The 3 Negaverse generals widened in disbelief as they recognized what he was doing. However, the light arrow spell still kept them paralyzed from doing anything about it. The camera crews that were filming the battle were also dropping their jaws. They had seen this maneuver done before and they just couldn't believe that someone else was attempting it. No way! Sailor Moon cried out as she saw her tiara glow and change shape. "He doesn't really expect that to work," Nina said. "He's really going to do it." Mars shouted as the Hyrule Knight finished the motions and drew back his hand. Ranma threw the transformed tiara and shouted out the new Sailor Senshi attack. "Moon! Tiara! Boomerang! Boomerang!" the Senshi and Tuxedo Mask exclaimed. Sure enough, the tiara took the shape of Ranma's old boomerang. Considered a toy by the people of Hyrule, the magic contained within it, plus the energies added to it by Navi and the Triforce of Courage, had not only reactivated the tiara's power, but also boosted it past its previous maximum capabilities. The generals could feel the power radiating from the new weapon. It was a combination of the Moon Kingdom's energies, which they were very familiar with, and the new power source that they had been fighting against. In the time stream, Sailor Pluto was more than surprised to see Sailor Moon's old tiara attack had been reactivated and enhanced. She watched with great interest as the Hyrule Knight threw the weapon at Barrel's minions. The tiara turned boomerang smacked into Jedi at first, then rebounded to hit Malachite and Zoisite. Each impact caused huge explosions as the three were enveloped in blinding flashes of light. The power of the boomerang, plus the waning energies of the light arrow spell, pushed their abilities to their limits. The balls of light that were formed lit up the night sky for several seconds before finally dying out. Ranma caught the returning boomerang, which returned to being a tiara again. He stood and waited with the rest. When the power dispersed itself, the Sailor Senshi and Tuxedo Kamen couldn't believe their eyes. 3 of their enemies had been totally defeated by one person. Sailor Moon's weakest attack had taken them all out. The 3 villains were sprawled out on the ground. Their gray uniforms were tattered and dirtied with numerous tears in them. Their bodies were covered in many bruises. Ranma had his sword held at the ready as he slowly approached them. When he was about 10 feet away from them, took out the lens of truth and shone its serial light on them. Satisfied with what he saw, he put the mystic detection device away. "Why, you haven't beaten us yet?" Malachite gasped as he tried to get up. He failed and fell flat on his face. "Says you," Ranma replied. "According to what the lens of truth is telling me, you 3 don't have enough power to light a match. Now, you are going to tell me what's going on and who sent you." Malachite groaned as he realized that he and his comrades didn't have the strength to even teleport back to the Negaverse. It was then that a loud, booming voice rang out from above. "Hold!" Ranma looked up and saw a gigantic face being formed from the dark clouds above them. His mouth pulled back in a snarl as he recognized whom it was. Saffron. A bolt of lightning came down from the heavens and struck the defeated trio, causing them to disappear. "What did you do to them?" Ranma cried out as he took a defensive stance. The Sailor Scouts also gasped. "No need to be concerned about those 3 losers," Saffron replied with contempt. "I sent them back to Queen Beryl to punish for their failure. No, little one, it is your own safety that you should be concerned about." What do you mean? I was very impressed with what you have accomplished so far, but you have yet to show me your true power, Hyrule Knight. Perhaps if I were to up the stakes a bit more. Ranma and Navi were in a state of pure shock when they saw the image raise up a hand and displayed what was on the back of it. Navi, it can't be. That can't be the Triforce of Power. Oh yes it is. Look at your own hand. Ranma looked down at the back of his right hand and saw the symbol of the Triforce of Courage begin to resonate with energies being released by the Triforce of Power. Before he could contemplate further, Saffron released a sizzling bolt of magic at him. Ranma was able to call forth the mirror shield and bring it up to block in time. The massive beam began rebounding off the polished surface and was redirected skyward and to the sides. However, it was like trying to stop a raging torrent of water. Ranma was thrown back several hundred yards and landed in the middle of the now devastated park. The Sailor Scouts and their ally were just able to scramble out of the way of the reflected energies. Sailor Pluto gasped as the double image of the Triforce of Power and Courage appeared before her again. The incredibly powerful interference prevented her from seeing into the time stream. She was left wondering what was going on and decided that now was the time for her to get involved. She tried to transport herself to the time where the interference started but found that she was being prevented somehow. She then saw the image of Saffron as he held up the hand that displayed the Triforce of Power. On Phoenix Mountain, Saffron chuckled as he watched through the viewing port at the scene of Sailor Pluto's failed attempts to interfere. Oh no. When I said no interference, I meant it. It was at this time that Ranma was presented with his final challenge. The area around him was suddenly encircled with walls of mystic fire, enclosing an area of more than 200 meters in diameter. The fires then curved over into a dome, which would prevent him from escaping via hover boots. He could not count on the Sailor Senshi or Tuxedo coming for assistance as they were cut off from him. He then noticed the remains of the headmasters glow with dark energies. The pieces lifted off the ground and began merging together into one huge, shapeless mass that hovered above him. Ranma and Navi had a sinking feeling. This premonition of doom was verified when the blob suddenly exploded and a gigantic form landed on the ground before them. The new headmaster was more than 80 feet tall and had the heads of the 4 previous monsters combined. All 20 of them. It had claws that were large enough to crush a car like an empty soda can, and it let out a roar that shook the neighborhood like a thunderstorm. Just as Ranma brought up his sword to prepare for battle, the monster lashed out with a massive, clawed hand and knocked the bigger sword from his grasp. The huge blade went flying and a small opening in the firewalls appeared. The sword flew through the opening and landed outside the mystic ring of fire. The opening then sealed itself up again. The Hyrule Knight suddenly had a sickening feeling of deja vu. Ranma, look out. Navi's warning came in the nick of time as all 20 heads let loose with their attacks. Ranma had nearly dotted as a huge barrage of fire, icy mists, acid, lightning and sonic wails narrowly missed him as he ducked behind a tree. Realizing that he needed the power, he called forth the bottled magic replenishing potion and drank it down. Fortunately, the tree kept anyone from seeing him take out the bottle and drink from it. Yuck! I've always hated that taste. His body was instantly recharged with power and Ranma could feel his confidence rising again. He leapt out from behind the tree and called forth his bow. Launching an arrow and infusing the light arrow spell, he launched it at one of the heads that breathed fire. The arrow exploded, paralyzing the head momentarily. The hero of Hyrule then leapt up, took out the Megaton hammer and struck it. Thom. The impact was staggering and the head was promptly made unconscious. As the Hyrule Knight landed on the ground, Navi floated to him. Hyrule Knight. This monster is a lot more powerful than the last ones. It would take too long to take out all those heads one at a time. We have to stop it now. What can we do? Ranma shouted as he dodged another withering barrage of mixed energies. Does this thing have any weak points? Outside the dome, the sailor Senshi, Tuxedo Kamen, the camera crews and those who were watching at home, could do nothing but observe the battle within the fiery hemisphere. The new hero's career as a defender of good seemed destined to be short-lived. Sailor Jupiter was not one to give up. Forcing herself to her feet, she managed to move over to where Ranma's sword had landed. Come on, you guys. We've got to help him. The brown-haired girl grasped the hilt of the huge weapon and tried to lift it. Unfortunately, the bigger sword was far heavier than she imagined. Off. Man, this thing's heavy. Mars and Venus crawled over to where Jupiter was and also managed to stagger to their feet. Unfortunately, even with the three of them, they only managed to get the sword a few feet off the ground before it fell back down to the soil. Just what is that sword made of? Sailor Mercury engaged her visor again and tried to analyze it. The readings she got indicated that the weapon was composed of alloys that she couldn't identify. The tensile strength was far above the strongest metals on Earth. Even the best titanium alloys were nothing compared to the bigger sword. Furthermore, the sword was also emitting powerful magical energies that enhanced its molecular structure and made the blue-haired Senshi shake her head in disbelief. Navi began extending her senses and then bobbed up and down. Yes, I can sense that all the heads are connected to one spot. In the center of its chest. Shoot a few light arrows there. That's where all its dark energies have been concentrated at. But Navi. Ranma ducked and rolled as another group of shots went by. He noted that he was starting to run out of space to dodge. The huge headmaster wasn't letting up for anything as it continually attacked him, giving him only enough time to dodge. Every time he evaded, the ground became more scorched and poisoned. He knew that it would only be a matter of time before he would have no room to maneuver. Worse yet was that the head he had knocked out had already regained consciousness. Even if I did manage to get a few shots off, the light arrows would only stop him for a few seconds. He's just too big. I can't risk cutting pieces off him because they'll just grow into more of them. Ranma thought that it was just as well that he didn't have the bigger sword at the time. Man, I really wish I had the Master Sword. Ranma thought back to the adventures he had on Hyrule. The Master Sword had been the weapon, which allowed him to defeat Ganondorf. Even the bigger sword was unable to pierce the evil man's dark powers. Don't worry. The bigger sword will be enough for your strongest attack. My what? Trust me, Hyrule Knight. Ranma paused for the briefest of moments before nodding and taking out his bow. Grabbing a few arrows, he began infusing them with the light arrow spell. He then changed his tactics and rushed toward the monster instead of keeping away from it. Just as the beast was about to let loose another wave of destruction, Ranma leapt high and launched the first of his enchanted arrows. It was then that the headmaster let loose its attack. The Hyrule Knight mentally commanded his hover boots to send him even further up, and he almost crashed into the fiery ceiling of the dome. He barely managed to clear the blasts of energy and projectile attacks as he launched the first of his arrows. He then loosed 14 more arrows in rapid succession. Arrows of light. Rapid fire. The monster screamed out in pain as the arrows hit home, one after another. 15 bursts of golden light registered, and the multi-headed horror was suddenly stiff as a statue. Ranma wasted no time as he landed near where his sword had been knocked away, which was ironically where the sailor Senshi were. Ranma motioned for them to get back as he took out his remaining arrows one by one and infused them with the light arrow energies. He began shooting them at the wall of mystic fire. There was another series of light bursts as a small hole was made. The walls of the barrier began to shudder as the energies released by the arrows took their toll. Finally, the entire dome collapsed, unable to stand up against the energies being forced into it. As soon as he got through, he ran toward his sword and swept it up. "Get back!" Ranma shouted as he faced off against his monstrous foe. The sailor Senshi and their ally knew that this was it, but they weren't going to just stand there and do nothing. They took up positions behind him and began focusing whatever energies they had left. They were heroes, and if they were going to die, they would go out fighting. Ranma, however, had different ideas, and dying wasn't on the agenda. Looking to Navi, he asked, "Now what?" "Focus the Triforce of Courage into the sword and let him have it." Ranma raised his sword and had it pointing skyward above his head. He then summoned forth all his strength and began to glow with a bright white light. The Triforce of Courage appeared above him and grew to a huge size. It then superimposed itself onto the blade of the bigger sword, vanishing into the metal and making it glow with unimaginable power. The blade let off a brilliant beam of light that went up and parted the dark clouds in the sky. "That's way cool!" Sailor Jupiter exclaimed. "Awesome!" Venus agreed. "I think we'd better take his advice and get back," Mars said as she sensed that something big was about to happen. As the Senshi managed to pick themselves up and backed away, Ranma lowered the sword and charged at his foe. The headmaster was just shaking off the effects of the light arrows when it spied its adversary charging at it. It prepared to let loose a final barrage and send the little man into oblivion when it noticed the sword it held. Its eyes widened as it sensed the immense power within the blade. Before it could let loose its attack, the Hyrule Knight leapt up and delivered the final blow. Triforce Sword of Courage. The blade came down in a shiny arc and let loose a mind-boggling amount of energy that lit up the night sky. The monster roared as searing pain flared up at the point of impact. The blade cut through its body as if it were made of cotton candy, and more energy was delivered as it sliced down. Ranma went down the length of the headmaster's torso, then down its lower body. When the Hylian came down to the ground, the monster was cut cleanly in half. The two sections of the headmaster tried to regenerate themselves, but the damage caused by the attack was too much for them to handle. The halves began to tremble and quiver as the power contained within them threatened to explode. The television crews knew that this was the time to get out of the danger area and began backing off. The Sailor Senshi and Tuxedo Mask also rushed to get out of the blast zone. One person, however, was too exhausted to move. That person was the Hyrule Knight. Ranma was just too tired after the lengthy battle and calling forth the Triforce of Courage. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get out of the way in time. Just as the Yuma was about to blow, he called out his last reserves to protect himself and Navi. Anywaryu's love. A blue crystal barrier appeared around the hero of Hyrule and his fairy partner just as the Yuma exploded. The blast destroyed nearly half the park, but fortunately, there were no innocent bystanders since the Yuma had started its attack. The people who had been observing the battle shielded their eyes to avoid being blinded by the explosion. For a long minute, the maelstrom raged on. Finally, it began to die down and eventually ended. The Sailor Senshi were the first to approach the crater that marked where the Yuma had perished. There was nothing but complete silence as small columns of smoke rose from near the center of the deep depression. They stopped suddenly as they saw something moving. They quickly assumed fighting stances and waited. From out of the huge cloud of dust that was kicked up from an errant gust of wind, a figure walked out and stood before them. His clothes were a bit dusty, but none worse for wear. The fairy that floated over his right shoulder had lost some of its usual luminescence but was still alive. The large sword and shield strapped to his back glinted in the moonlight. Nothing was said for a long time until the figure smiled, held up an object and tossed it to Sailor Moon. The leader of the Sailor Scouts was still a little dumbfounded about what had happened. "Thanks for letting me use your tiara. Don't worry about the headmaster. He's... how do you call it?" Navi whispered into his ear. "He's moon dust." There was a deafening roar and a standing ovation as the crowds of people that had gathered to see the battle cheered. Ranma let off a sigh of relief that the fight was finally over. He noted that the scouts were still injured and decided to help. Turning to Navi he asked, "Hey Navi, do you think you could heal their injuries?" "I'm afraid not, Hyrule Knight. The bat and that final explosion took a lot out of me. I'm really low on power right now. No problem. The magical warrior called forth his bottle of long milk and held it up in front of Navi. Will this do? That'll be fine. Navi then began circling the bottle and Ranma watched as the liquid inside was magically drained. The level lowered down to about halfway before the fairy then darted toward the sailor Senshi and began circling each of them and Tuxedo Kamen. The girls gasped in surprise as their injuries began healing themselves up. Sailor Jupiter's bruised ribs were eased of their soreness. Venus could no longer feel the effects of her sprained ankle. The burns on Mars and Mercury disappeared and Sailor Moon's cuts and bruises faded away. Tuxedo Kamen was also restored to full health as well as Neptune, Uranus and Chibimun, who was just coming back to awareness. Ranma nodded as Navi completed her transfer of the long milk to their bodies and put the bottle away. He then motioned to Navi that it was time to go. The fairy nodded and began to follow him as he began to walk away from the scene. By now the local authorities would be on their way. Hold it right there, Buster. Sailor Mars called out as she started after him. Sailor Venus and Sailor Jupiter joined her. They wanted some answers. Ranma stopped and turned to face the dark-haired girl. He also looked over the other two. Hey, they're kind of cute. Yes? Who are you? Venus asked. That's what I'd like to know. Avery turned around at the voice and saw Sailor Pluto appear before them with her garnet rod. She had been able to teleport due to the destruction of the headmaster and Saffron relinquishing his barrier. And you are? Ranma asked. I am Sailor Pluto, guardian of time. I think you owe us an explanation. The Hyrule Knight considered for a moment, then decided against it. He was still very new to all this and it would be better if he got more information. Right now, he was exhausted. He shrugged as he smiled and replied to the attractive Senshi. Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to answer any questions right now. Maybe later. I have a feeling that we'll meet again, Sailor Senshi. He then said in a quiet voice, Farore's wind. The former hero of time disappeared in a flash of green-colored energy. The Sailor Senshi began looking frantically around for their mysterious savior but they couldn't find him. Even Sailor Mercury's computer and Sailor Pluto couldn't find him as the Triforce of Courage sent out too much interference. Where'd he go? Sailor Moon asked as she still clutched her returned tiara. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Sailor Jupiter said. What's that? The other scouts asked. He's so cute. He definitely reminds me of my old senpai. Now that they weren't injured, the inner Senshi did a group face fault. Although, deep in their minds, they had to agree that the Hyrule Knight was a hunk. Sailor Pluto was more than miffed at being brushed off, but now she knew for sure. The power that the Hyrule Knight possessed was indeed the Triforce, or at least a portion of it. However, she had also sensed another portion of the Triforce with very evil intentions, and that made her shudder. Thinking back to the old legends, She wondered if this newcomer could really be trusted. Sure, he had saved the Senshi from certain destruction, but that didn't mean that he would remain on their side. During her long lifetime, she had seen countless others who were on the side of good fall under evil's influence. That had happened during the fall of the Moon Kingdom, and she shuddered at the thought of the power of the Triforce being used for destruction. Then she remembered the image of Saffron as he wielded the Triforce of power. If a god could be corrupted by such power, then what was to stop the Hyrule Knight from doing the same? Just him being here had already caused far too much chaos, and now she wasn't sure of the future anymore. It was at that time that she made a fateful decision. The Triforce was just too powerful and dangerous to remain, and in order to save the future of Crystal Tokyo, it would have to be destroyed along with the Hyrule Knight. On Phoenix Mountain, Saffron chuckled as he held up the hand that had the Triforce of power on it. He had finally found what he was looking for. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of the rewrite for this chapter. It's relatively minor, but it does add some more flavor to the story. I've decided to make this story happen around the time of the 4th season or so. Sailor Saturn has awakened but has yet to discover her full potential as a Senshi. Chapter 6 Chapter 5 Enter the Devil Hunters. The Legend of Ranma. Rumiko Takahashi started the ball rolling and I'm just helping it along. Thoughts? Telepathic communication. Chapter 5 Enter the Devil Hunters. The Senshi of Time shook her head as she peered into the time gate. Things were no longer in the order that she had envisioned for the utopia of Crystal Tokyo. With the appearance of two parts of the Triforce, the time stream had become erratic and was now diverging into countless alternate outcomes. The so-called paradise of the New Moon Kingdom was no longer the dominant timeline. As she viewed various alternate possibilities, she saw the Hyrule Knight as he rescued many innocents from death, many of which were destined to die, in order for Crystal Tokyo to become a reality. She became edgy as she saw in some timelines that this stranger had married one of the Senshi and even Queen Serenity herself. She was especially edgy when she saw future versions of herself with this man. Though she was thankful that the inner and outer Senshi had survived their encounter with the resurrected Beryl and her minions, the Hyrule Knight and Saffron represented too much chaos. Every time they clashed, the possibility of making Crystal Tokyo a reality became even more unlikely. Though she really did not want to end an innocent's life, the future of Crystal Tokyo was at stake. All of this chaos had started with the arrival of these two, and they would have to be removed by any means necessary. Since the time stream had become so diverse, she could no longer ask her future selves for aid. Going into the past to change it was a definite no-no, so Setsunan saw only one other option. She had already informed Furuka, Mishuru and Hotaru about it. Sailor Saturn had to be filled in on what had happened since she had been away on vacation at the time. Now the Senshi of Time would have to get in touch with the inner Senshi. The tiny globe of light that was floating in a deserted alley suddenly increased in its brilliance and then flared like a miniature flashbulb. When it faded away, a tired superhero and his equally exhausted fairy partner appeared. The tall figure slumped to his knees and was breathing heavily. "Oh man, I am wiped out. I'm tired to Hyrule night. That battle took a lot out of both of us," Navi commented as she floated down to his side. Ranma nodded as he looked down at his right hand. The Triforce of Courage was still glowing a bit and he wondered why he hadn't changed back yet. Navi sensed his puzzlement and responded. "You have to will the transformation, Ranma. Say the words, transformation reverse, and you'll return to your normal form." Ranma did so and he was instantly bathed in light. A moment later, he found himself in his human-looking body. After looking around to make certain that no one witnessed the change, he started to plod back to the Tendo Dojo. As Ranma made his way back to the place he was staying, the rest of Japan was in an uproar over the appearance of its newest costumed adventurer. Television and radio stations were giving their reports on the sudden arrival of the Hyrule Knight, and there was wild speculation as to who or what he is. All over Tokyo and the surrounding areas, certain parties became very interested after viewing the broadcast. A certain laboratory inside a broom closet at the Masaki residence. A crab-haired, mad scientist was replaying the visuals that she had recorded from the news broadcasts she had seen on television earlier. She was both intrigued and frustrated. Intrigued because she had seen something truly extraordinary. Frustrated because the cameras of Earth were so primitive. They didn't give her anywhere near the data that she wanted on this unexplained phenomenon. She didn't even have a decent energy reading on whatever the Hyrule Knight had used to defeat the giant Yuma. For a moment, I thought I was looking at the Light Talk wings and the Light Talk sword. If I'm right though, which I usually am, that energy source may be the equal to Tenshi's ability to tap into the Jurei royal family power. Looks like I found myself a new guinea pig. Washa cackled with delight as she went to investigate the readings even further. The temple home of Kiichi Morizato. A gentle goddess, first class, first category, unlimited, stopped in her preparations for the evening meal as her divine senses went off. Oh my! I just sensed an incredible surge of power. It was unlike anything I've ever sensed on Earth. Something powerful has just destroyed a major source of evil. I wonder if Urd and Skuld had sensed it as well. As a matter of fact, Beldondi's sisters had also been alerted to the power of the Triforce of Courage after the giant headmaster had been destroyed. Urd had been hard at work, creating a new love potion in her room. She smirked as her distilling equipment was dripping out the first few drops into a small beaker. "Ha! Let's see if Kiichi can resist this love potion. Once he drinks this down, it'll take Thor's hammer to pry him loose from Beldondi. They'll be doing the mattress dance by midnight. Now you add the final ingredient." Belgondi's older sister withdrew a small vial from the front of her blouse and began to carefully add it to the beaker. Careful. Only needs 3 drops and what the heck. Just as she had added the 3rd drop, her divine senses went off as she felt the shockwave of the Triforce of Courage. As a result, her hand twitched and the beaker received 1 drop too many. Oh no. In another room, Skuld was putting the finishing touches on the new sensor array that she had installed on her robotic companion Vante. Great! Now nothing can get by Vante without him sensing it. As if to prove the techno god is correct, the little robot began to give off beeps and whistles as its new sensor array picked up the surge of ancient magic. Its innards began to smoke as the huge power it was detecting began to overload all of its systems. What the? Vante gave out a pathetic whine and before the top of its head exploded, the little creation began giving off a small column of smoke and sparks were emitted from where it blew its top. Finally, after letting off a squeak, its systems went dark. The mono residence. Yoko! Get a load of this! Azusa shouted as she pointed to the television set. What is it? Devil Hunter Yokomama went over to where her friend and Devil Hunter trainee was sitting and looked at what the news was broadcasting. Her eyes widened as she got a good look at the figure being displayed. Who is that? It's some new superhero that just showed up today. Look at him go! He's tearing up those Yuma as if they were made of paper. Cool. I like the way he's handling that sword. What do you think, Yoko? Do you think he's another devil hunter? I'm not sure. But he looks like he could be a devil hunter. He's pretty cute too. Yoko continued to watch the broadcast and was fascinated by the fighter who called himself the Hyrule Knight. Maybe, just maybe I can finally get close to a boy without him dying or turning into a monster. I really like his ears, and that tight butt. By the time Ranma made it back to the Tendo home, it was already close to 11 o'clock. As he stumbled into the house, Kasumi greeted him. Why, Link? You're home late. I'm afraid that you missed dinner. Hi Kasumi. Sorry about that. I had some pressing business that I had to attend to. That's alright Link. I saved some dinner for you. Thanks Kasumi. I really appreciate that. The next morning, Ranma and Navi awoke early and were out in the backyard. Ranma was going through some basic katas while his fairy companion was sitting on one of the ornamental rocks that lined the koi pond. Both had regained their full strength and power over the night and were now mentally discussing the events of the previous day. Soon was sitting in the dining area and was reading the morning paper. On the front page was the headline, Japan's newest superhero, the Hyrule Knight. While going through the basic movements, the former hero of Hyrule had a telepathic conversation with his pixie partner. So tell me more about those Sailor Senshi, Navi. Well Ranma, those 5 girls we met last night are known as the Sailor Senshi. According from what I have been able to read about them, they happen to be Earth's guardians against any evil forces. I had a little chat with a few of the fairies and elves of this world after you went to sleep last night. Where on earth do you find other fairies? In a place known as the Fairy Realm. It's set on a different plane of existence but is parallel to this world. The magical beings of that place sometimes make short trips to Earth to do some mischief, study the human world, aid a hero in his quest and things like that. They have been observing the human world for millennia and have taken part in its history. I came across it when I met up with a nice fairy named Featherbright. But getting back to the subject, the Sailor Scouts are led by Sailor Moon. You know, the one with the long ponytails? Anyway, according to what Featherbright told me, she also happens to be the reincarnated Princess Serenity of the Moon Kingdom. Moon Kingdom? That's right. And here's something that's even more interesting. The Moon Kingdom used to be an old ally of the Kingdom of Hyrule. Tell me more. At a Shinto temple in Japan. Say what? Artemis gasped. The white, talking cat turned tail, which was hard to tell with him. His companion Luna was also in a state of shock. Run that by us again. What did that guy call himself? He and Luna had missed the news broadcasts due to a slight mishap. Artemis had accidentally locked them both in a broom closet. As of now, they were being filled in on the previous day's events. He called himself the Hyrule Knight. Minako said as she and her fellow Sailor Scouts were having one of their secret meetings at Ray's temple. Their newest trainee Rini was also present. What's wrong, Artemis? Do you and Luna know something about this guy?